Okay, well, apparently my mic was not recording. So I'm still really new to this whole live stream business. So I apologize if I get anything wrong and you guys feel like I'm wasting your time. I'm truly not trying to waste your time. So okay, well, apparently, yeah, it's definitely working now. All right. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go through everything that I just did in the last live stream. So, or in that old one, I guess. So welcome again. Thank you guys for being patient with me. I do appreciate it. Still learning all this live stream mumbo jumbo, and I'm trying my best to keep it going. All right, so quick refresher from what we went over last time before I had to restart the stream. I'm gonna delete that other one, by the way, so you guys don't have to worry about viewing it. I am just gonna quickly go over what I did with the Discord and with the other stuff on my Gumroad here. So I do have a Discord, PWN Design. If you want to be added, feel free to message me on Facebook or in the Gaea group. I will be more than happy to add you. We have people in here already who are saying hello and posting their profiles and just getting some exposure, as well as asking questions and just discussing amongst each other in the Discord. People are showing off the work that they're doing, and I want to use this for live stream chat. I like Discord's chat here better than YouTube's, but if you are part of the Discord and want to chat here, please feel free to. That's why I made this channel. We also have application helps and whatever. So if you want help with anything, you can post in here. So if you need help in Cinema 4D, you can post here. If you need help in Gaea, you can post here. And as you can see, people are already utilizing it to some pretty good effect here. And we were talking about a lot of stuff on how to build things out. We don't have anything in Octane, Vue, Embergen, or Corona just yet because I just barely added those, but if you use any of those programs and want help with it, feel free to post in there if you join the Discord. You can request topics. So right here we've had topics requested and whatnot in here, and we've added them. And then tutorial requests, and we're actually going to be going over what the Dot, I call him the Dot, but his name's Theodore. He's a really cool guy. He's asked if we can make a tutorial building this landscape out, and that is what we're going to be doing in this live stream, is attempting to build something similar to this out. I'm not going to be making this exact scene, and I'm not making the gate. I'm focusing on the landscape and the terrain, but I want to attempt to make a more realistic version of this. This looks really great, but if you look into the distance, especially like back here and right here, you'll see that the water runs uphill and curves around edges and whatnot, and I don't like that. Water should be flowing downhill or should be flat. So what we're going to be making is something that attempts to make it look flat, so it's more realistic. That way you don't have to worry about weird masking inside of your landscape. It'll be flat and it'll look better, in my opinion, anyways. Given some time and whatnot. And this is kind of what I was going for with the first attempt. This is just a very basic render. You can see the river bend here. This river right here is all flat, and so you can have it flow in any direction you want, and it follows the terrain more appropriately and more realistically. And you can see it without the volume fog. The water itself doesn't look all that great, but at least I do have that river bend there. And then I was just giving updates on things that I was experimenting with. But I think I have the process down. We're going to be doing that. And then just another quick, let me close that. Another quick little thing is the Gumroad. I want to show you the Gumroad. And here I do have a early adopters special price for our all content. There was only 12 slots open for it. We have a total of 8 so far. There are 4 slots remaining. So if you want to get in on the special price here, it's $60 for the entire year, every year, and it is a this is a permanent price. So as long as you are subscribed, you will get this $60 a year and all the content we ever publish on Gumroad or anything like that, you will have access to. And that'll be $60 a year. After we have all 12 slots filled, it'll then go to $200 a year, but the monthly $5 a month option will still be available. But there are certain things that the monthly option does not include, and that is just the tutorials or the tutoring, I guess, like the one-on-ones, and a few other things more exclusive to the yearly subscriptions, but you still get all of our content. So regardless of what might be exclusive to the yearly option, you will still get every single product that we post. So you're not going to be missing out on any of the tutorials like the beginner's guide to Gaea or the intermediate guide to Gaea or anything else that we put out on here. You'll be getting everything still, even with the monthly one. But this price is only will only stick as long as you are subscribed. So if you unsubscribe and somebody fills that slot in later, you won't have access to it. So if you want to remain a $60 a year subscriber, then you'll have to, if you cancel for any reason, you'll still have a chance to go back and re-sign up as long as that slot is filled. But there will only be 12 of those slots available at any given time. So if we have 12 people subscribe and then 12 people drop, we can get 12 people back. But if 12 people subscribe and one drops, we'll only have one slot left. And if somebody comes in and takes it before you can resubscribe, you can subscribe to the monthly or the other yearly option, but you will not get the $60 a year one. I did that on purpose because we actually had those two. We actually had our entire library audited for like a specific price based on the amount of time we worked on it, what we're including, things like that. And it's something that I do every year. They said that 60 was way too much, or not way too much, sorry, was way too little for what I was offering. But they said that it'll be easy to fix, just like offer like a special finance or special priced option. Then you can keep the people who are already subscribed, but then make a new one. And then they gave me the recommended version. So I get all of my stuff that I make and sell audited every year, just so I know that I'm getting my money's worth. I don't want to downsell myself, but I also want to provide good content for all of you guys that is inexpensive. So it's a difficult teeter-totter, difficult balance, especially for me, but I do have some help in it. Anyways, that is enough updates regarding my own stuff. So let's go ahead and get started in Gaea. So in case anybody does join and decides to leave comments, I better bring up that chat, I suppose. If I closed it, does that mean that the live is down? Did I just close it and not meaning to do that? Still streaming here. Let's go to Facebook. And then the Gaea. And here. It should still be live. I did not mean to close it out. We are live right here. Let's go here. All right. I think that'll do it. Okay. I am just so stupid when it comes to this live stream stuff. I've never really done it, so it's one of those things that I gotta learn. So let's go back to the Discord here and let's pull up this image. And this is what we are attempting to make. So Theodore, if you're watching this, feel free to join along. Ask any questions. recommend anything that you might think would be better than this. Like I said, I'm going to try to make this more realistic to the form of the river. So I want the river to either be flat or flow downhill, and it has to make sense as it's flowing downhill. I don't want it to not make sense. So we'll just start with the basic flat terrain that they have here. And to do that, we're going to remove mountain and erosion. And I actually have a file that I was working on that I can show you guys real quick on something that was similar. Say no to that. And it's part 1, because I actually had a couple parts in this. I had a part 1 where I made the flat terrain. And then I had a part 2 where I was making more of the mountain-esque style stuff. I might need to get up and get some water. We went fishing today. I actually went and filmed some inspirational video, I guess. So anything that can kind of give me more things to think about to make in 3D in nature. I like doing that when I go fishing or camping. And that's actually something that I actually want to do more of going forward, is provide inspiration videos and post them so anybody can get on the channel and have everything they need to make 3D stuff and get inspired, I guess, to do it. But I caught a lot of fish today and it was salty, and now I'm thirsty. I don't live next to the sea or anything, or any salt lakes or anything. I live next to the salt lake, but there's no fish in it. I just used a lot of salt in my seasoning, and it was more than I was wanting to. So let's see if this will build out. Should build out. I don't know why it's not. So essentially what we did is we started with a mask, and when it's done building here, we can maybe see what's happening. I guess while it's building, this can is an energy drink. I will go get some water. I'll be right back. Okay. Looks like it's still building. I move pretty quick. I don't like to keep you guys waiting. I mean, I don't even really like those long intros. That was 9-10 minutes of intro of updates on my channel and stuff. That's still too long, but I want to get as much info out there as possible at first, and then as things get better or worse, I guess, I don't know, it could go any way, but I hope they get better. I can just do less and less of that and more of this. So that we're not wasting any time. Any time. My voice doesn't crack. I swear to God, I hit puberty like 20 times a day. So I got juice instead. Juice is good. This is juicy juice. Apple and grape. With no sugar added. Been thinking of a webcam too. Like if anybody thinks that I should get a webcam so I can just, be face to face kind of stuff. If I can figure out a good time to get with you guys so everybody can join in on the chat and, be active, then I'll get a camera. But if you guys want me to get a camera so I can say hi to y'all and whatever, I have one. It's just not very good. It's an ancient old webcam that my work provided a long time ago. These masks are not going to appear because I deleted the resource file, the Gaea resource file from it. So that's why nothing is appearing. It just came to mind that was the cause. So, so I'm gonna have to break it down. We'll just stick with this because this is what I made to get what I had before, and it looked all right. So in this case, we're just going to make some stuff with these two masks, and then we'll just break down what I'm doing here. So this mask right here, was used to create the landscape, the overall landscape. So if I go back to the edit mask here, we're going to get our drawing tools. And I kept things rather large here. And I actually made my landscape in the path of the river that I want to take. So if I want the river to go from this corner to this corner, I just kind of went in here and colored in all of this like this. And then did the same thing on the other side. Building this out at 2K, so it's going to take a minute with every update. You see we've got our mountains there, and we already have everything looking the way we want it. I'm just going to fill that in right there. And then I'll do the same thing on the other side. Like this. This is what I did anyways, and we don't have to do it this way, but this was just to get the point across. So we just kind of make our two sides of the mountain. And then I went in with this mask. I just connected this mask to this mask. We should see what we're getting here. So we have our mountains. And then we're going to adjust things too. So this isn't going to be what we're going to stick with, but this is just what I have right now. And then what I did is I connected this mask to this mask so I can see what I had here so I don't get in the way. I just edit the mask. And then to make these thinner rivers like this, you can do it a couple of ways. You can do it the way I'm doing it, where you make a mask and then you invert it. But if you do that, it's going to widen out a bit. If you wanted to keep these thinner rivers, we can use like a flow map combined with a few other effects to get it. And I think what we'll do is we'll attempt to do both here. So we're going to start with a very thin river, about like, maybe not that thin, maybe like that. And we're just going to go in here and just squirrel out a river that just takes a random path. Like that, from corner to corner. And there we go. And now you can delete this link right here. We only needed that link to see our mountain so our river doesn't hit it. And because I want to break up this river a bit, make it so it's not so hand drawn, I guess, we're going to use a displace right here. Oops. So we got a displace. That's going to increase the scale of it a bit. I used fault to kind of just break it up a bit more. You don't have to. It just added some noise. Oops, I keep doing that. Every live stream I do that. It just adds noise, as you can see here, on the tops. And that just helps break out the mask a bit more. And on the edges, way down here, it's a little bit harder to see. It's easier to see in the 2D view. As you can see there. This is very minor effect. The blur was to make it so it's not so sharp, and then you just invert it. When you invert it, that's where you get this problem of it widening like this into, I guess we can try a few things here. We can do like a gain, a bias gain. This is something I didn't try, obviously, but now we're going to kind of play with it and we're going to see what we get. Or maybe we want to cut more into the landscape, so we increase it, increase the bias and the gain. Not that much. And what that'll do is that'll actually help create these larger and thinner effects in our river. So doing this in World Machine a long time ago, it's kind of just bringing back memories of it. This is how I would make rivers in World Machine, but I would use the layout editor, layout view. And you can see here we have like it widens and then it thins and then it widens again. That's what we want. And then we just combine it here like this. You can see here we have our river cutting into our landscape. But before we do that, we have our mountains here. I'm going to hide the 2D here. We don't need it right now. It's going to look rather weird with the mask. Then we blur it. When we blur it, we get this effect, and we warped it, so we get some noise in there. I added it to a range. The range helped bring in like these mountain features. This is different looking than what I had before, but at least we still have our mountain features. Then we have the erosion, which will help break up those mountain features. It's a very basic erosion, just default, I believe. Yeah, I didn't change anything here, so I just used the default. It was more of like a test anyways. And then you combine it, and in this case, we're going to have to change the blend ratio because we have a lot of different values here than what I had originally. And we might need to do like a max, maybe, and increase it. It's kind of hard to tell what we need to do here. Let's go 50-50, close enough, and then let's just move through here and see what we need. Add actually did something, but we don't have our mountains. So we don't need that. Don't do it, Gaea. Yeah, it still does that every once in a while, by the way. It is once in a while for me. It's not very often. But that's still not good because I actually like what we had going on there. Hopefully it will recover. If it doesn't, then I guess we'll just have to turn it off. It's probably not gonna. So let's close it out. Oh, look at that. It came back. Kind of. I would like to have another one of those like 6-hour long live streams. That was pretty cool. I like talking with all of you guys. You guys were asking good questions, and you actually had some thought-provoking requests, and it was a good time. I quite enjoyed it, and I don't mind doing that on my weekends when I'm not working. I mean, I like getting with you guys anyway, so we are going to close this because it looks like it might be responding and then it doesn't respond again and all that fun jazz. So I'm just going to close it. And instead of the mask node, you can use the draw mode node. The draw node will actually give you some pretty decent mountain features that you can use. So you don't have to use the mask. You do have quite a few options inside of Gaea that you don't have to stick with any one thing. So we're just going to get that as close to the edge as possible, but leaving some room for our river to go through. I'm just going to redo this real quick. Wasn't drawing, but then it decided to draw anyways. That tiny little edge right there. I should freeze this node if that feature still is available. You used to be able to freeze nodes when you're actively working on them, so they didn't auto update. I think it's still an option somewhere, but I'm not too worried about it right now. I'm just gonna get our mountains in there, and you can kind of see where the mountains will meet. That's where I want to draw the river to the best of my ability. It doesn't have to be exact, obviously, but where they meet is where I would like it to go. Okay. Just make this thin. Probably too thin. There we go. And we'll just draw a pretty sporadic river that just randomly does some things. There we go. Doesn't have to be too perfect. And if you don't want to do any of this fancy jazz stuff right here, you can just take the mask and combine it directly to the combine here. But you really should be giving your landscape just a little bit of differentiation, or your masks, just so they don't look too human-esque. And you'll see here that we do have that issue where we have our mask going up and over a landscape, but our combine option here should be what fixes it. So we'll have to see what we can do to play with it. But we do have our mountains, and we have our river. All right, so I'm going to save this real quick. I don't want it to break. Let's check the displace here. We want to really invert the displace, but if we do the blur here and then the invert, see how it puffs up like that? So if we take out the blur and we put in just the fault here, I believe that should do it. The blur is nice because it softens the edges a bit, so you don't have such a harsh edge. But it's optional, you don't have to use it. And then as you see here, you can add a water level that might not go all the way up to the edge here, but you'll at least cover a good portion of your landscape. So we just got to make sure that we get the combination right here, that we can make sure that our river is flowing either downhill or is flat. Okay, so let's see what we have with the combine. You can see we have our river going through now. That one worked out rather nice. So we have a blend. We could do something like a subtract. If we did that, it would be a little bit too much here, and I believe I played with it for a while and just couldn't get it to work. So I just decided not to use the subtract option, especially in this case. So that's why I went with blend. But we could play with any of these other ones. We don't have to stick with blend. You can see if now that we have slightly different river, we can see if something else might work better. Max. Yeah, max will work just fine in this case as well. We do have this issue right here. We got to fix that. We can do that by not using as much max. There we go. And you can actually visualize where your river will be by turning on the water level, like this, and then just increasing it. And then if your water level, it can be increased and fill up your entire river without spilling over into different areas of your landscape where you don't want it, then you know that you have your river in the right place. And in this case, we can raise it almost all the way up to the edge, and it's nice and level. And we even have this cool beach right here. Over here, this might be a troubled issue right here, but you can sculpt this out in any of your 3D applications that you want to use, so like Cinema 4D or whatever. You can sculpt this out, or we can set a mask in here and we can like do something else. We can probably go in and delete the mask away from this area a little bit more in this mask, but our river is flowing nicely and it's covering up almost the entirety of the riverbed. The issue here still lies in the width of the river, because what we want is this small, thin river. So we got a comment here. It's possible to make just small rocks instead of entire mountainous landscapes in Gaea 2. Oh yeah, of course. You want to make some rocks to throw into Unreal Engine. Does Gaea only do mountains though? No, Gaea will do rocks as well, but they will be height-based rocks, so they're not going to be 3D rocks. I guess a good way to put that is if you're used to using mega scans and like rocky materials and mega scans, then essentially it's just a displacement is what you're going to be using. So just real quick, let me save this, and I apologize if you commented a while ago, and I also apologize that I don't have this set up in the right viewing plane. Like I said, I'm new to this whole, I mean, I've had a couple live streams, but I always mess up on one of them, so I don't know how to say your name. SCSKey96. Hopefully I'm getting it right. I hope you're still around. I want to show you what we can do inside of Gaea to get rocks. So, new project real quick. Awesome, SEO. I took a guess, so nice. All right, so yep, you don't have to just do mountains. What we'll do is we'll take away those default nodes, and then here, if you want, you can use, what I would recommend using is a very flat landscape, and you can do that with the constant, but it might not work out in your favor if you just stick with the constant. It's not necessarily used for much of anything other than deciding height and maybe color values. In this case, it's going to be height, but if you want to try, you can throw in a constant, and then you actually have a couple options. You have rocks right here, and yeah, I didn't think it was gonna, we could try a couple other things real quick. We can do like a displace maybe. Okay, screw the constant. Yeah, I didn't think it was gonna work, but screw the constant. You can use something like Perlin, I suppose. And from here, we will just increase the scale quite a bit. Not that much. We got to have some noise for Gaea to work. So very small amount like this. And this isn't going to be the most pretty rocks. It's not going to be something that you can make like out of ZBrush, because Gaea is a height-based program. So you're going to be getting a lot of rock noise, but it's going to look really good too, especially at higher resolutions. I use it quite a bit. So from here, you can see you have like this noise pattern, especially if you add it to like a displace real quick. Just a small amount of displace, not a huge amount. Add in the rock, and from here you can play with the amount. You can see how you can get all these little rocks. Let's increase the resolution. This rock effect or filter is very dependent on resolution. So if you don't have a high resolution, you're not going to get a lot of small little details that look good. But you can see here we have our rocks. Also, if you don't want to use this option, you can use the multifractal. This is new, so this is a really good one to use as well. We'll just add that directly to the displace. And the multifractal is called the multifractal for a simple reason. It combines in the node itself multiple or two different noises, and you can increase the variation. And as you increase the variation, you'll notice that some areas get more flat and some areas are really noisy. In these noisy areas, you can actually, if you can flatten this out a bit using some effectors or effects, you can bring out just these values and have like rocks popping up in your landscape. So we can try doing that by just playing with the scale or the size first. first and foremost, I always recommend just sticking with the size. And then playing around with other effects. So we got this noise coming through. We can turn the smoothness down so we can get more of this noise coming through. How much is totally dependent on what we're trying to do. I really like the multifractal. It looks really good when you are trying to make really smooth and rocky surfaces at the same time. And then let's play with the bias. Might have to decrease the bias, or maybe increase the bias and increase the clamp. We're going to clamp it. Essentially what we want is just a smooth plane, just a very smooth plane. We can play with some stuff down here. So we can actually add a different clamp here. So we can drop to the floor. So we have it right on the floor, and then we can just play with the max value here and see if we can just flatten it out a bit. And if it's getting too flat and you start losing these details, throw on a level and then just continue to drop it. So that's looking really flat and rocky. So let's just try to bring up the amount of rocks we have popping through. We got some popping through there. This might not be what you had requested, but yeah, again, it's not, Gaea isn't like a 3D program that it's more like a 2D height map visualizer. Oh yeah, no problem. I make these live streams to essentially help anybody who gets on. So it's no problem to me. I love doing this. I love talking with you guys and engaging with you. So yeah, I quite enjoy it. So you got these rocky features coming in, and then say you wanted like this to be mixed in with something else, you can export just the multifractal. We can do the fractal gain. We can try to see if we can increase this a bit. Yeah, there you go. Lots and lots of rocks. So and it's all really dependent on scale as well. So if you want a lot of rocks being scattered across a small plane, especially like this, like you have like rocks popping up instead of like mountainous features, setting the actual scale of your scene works in your favor as well. So if you know what size of scene you want to make in whatever 3D program you're using, you want to set that in Gaea. So to do that, you go to Build and then Terrain Definition. And down here, you want to set the height and the scale. So the height is going to be the height of the tallest feature that you have in Gaea. So just for example, if this is our highest peak right here, this peak will start clipping at 2,600 meters. That's in meters. So if you increase that any higher, you'll start clipping it at the top and it'll get flat. So if you want a higher height, you just increase that. But if you want a larger plane to work on, you increase the scale. So this plane right here is technically 5,000 meters by 5,000 meters, because that's what we have it set to right here. So if you want this to be larger, you just increase this to whatever scale you want. So if you want it to be larger, you increase it. If you want it to be smaller, decrease it. But keep in mind that when you do that, it's actually not going to change the scale inside of the grid here. It'll change the feature scale of your nodes. So this isn't going to increase or decrease. It's not going to make this square right here larger. What it's going to do is it's going to take the feature scales that these nodes have built into them, and it's going to apply that change to them. So it'll affect your erosion and your other effects as well, depending on the scale you set. So if I wanted to change this just real quick to not that large, that is just way too large. Let's do, should be able to, oops, click in this and set whatever value you want, but I'm having troubles. If you hold down shift over any of these sliders, you'll get these like micro increment options, and you can increase things drastically or not drastically, just depending on whatever it is you're doing. So if I want to double the value, I can double it. If I want to have the value, I can have it. Or I can minimize it, or I can maximize it, and I don't want to do that, that's just too large. Or I can set it back to defaults, which is 5,000. But that's a good example right here. So 5,000 is what we see right here. If we increase it to the maximum, you'll see how the overall scale of your effects has changed. So now they're not popping up as much, but the actual square plane itself didn't change size. So I usually just keep it in the defaults, but if I know what scale I need, I'll increase it. So hopefully that makes sense. I probably spent too much time on that, but I hope it helped in any way. Let's increase the contrast. The contrast will help pop these rocks up a little bit more, assuming that we do it enough. It's going to take away like the detail in these flatter areas as well. Oop, that was too much. But yeah, now we got these rocks. So this could be like a small little rock bump that you have going on maybe. This could be like rock and dirt. So if you throw this in the like mixer, you can have like this slope area right here be the dirt, and then you have your rock material taking up on the slopes of these bumps. I increase this contrast way too much. All right, there we go. All right, so yeah, you can make rocks just like this. This is just one way to do it. There are a ton of ways to do it, but that's just one way. Another good thing you can do here is add in the rocks node itself to whatever it is you made. We don't need that much power in it though, because it's going to utterly destroy our landscape. So let's go to the default value of 10. And you can see it's now looking a little bit more pocked and rocky. Maybe a little bit too much in this case, but that is another thing that you can do. Or you can even do some other stuff. So let's, I do want to get back to that other build that we were doing for Theodore, but I will do one more thing here. One good way to actually make some cool looking rock features is to use aperture. And you can see how it's making these circular rock features. You can change different methods here, so you can either expand it, contract it, spread it, or reduce it. A lot of times I just use expand, but you also have the contract option, and it gives it like this more Voronoi, rocky, sharp look. And then you have spread, and spread is different than expand. The verbiage is kind of similar, but in expand, it's actually affecting the noise all the way across from the bottom to the top. When you're using spread, it mostly just affects the tops, as you can see here. So if we go back to expand, you can see how it's affecting all the noise from pretty much the bottom of whatever feature you have to the top most part. The spread is just making it spread across the tops of those features, rather than throughout the entire noise. And then same thing with reduce. It's not doing the exact same thing as contract. It's just reducing the peaks in itself. So those are some other options you have, but in this case, I think a good one to use would be the expand option. And then we get this bulbous, rocky effect, but we don't need to stop there. We can, matter of fact, I wouldn't stop here anyways, because that just looks too pockmarky, I suppose. And we actually lost a lot of the multifractal detail. So to fix that, we could use, I can remember where it's at and what it's called. Warp, there we go. Sorry, it's warp. Just add warp there. There we go. And warp is going to take that and it's going to stretch it and pull it in different directions. Now you got these stretched rocks, And from here you can add a, just do this, terrace, or even fractal terrace if you feel so obliged. I recommend fractal terrace as well because it'll actually start implementing additional details, Perlin noise and whatnot into the fractal or into the terraces themselves, and then just increase the spacing. Maybe not that much, but you can kind of see how you can get these cool like desert hoodoo effects as well doing this. You got this nice shelf here is what they would call it, a desert shelf. And then from here, all these little features like this is way too many. You wouldn't get this many in real life, but what you see here is this gap. These are two parts of a landmass that are breaking apart due to thermal and fluvial erosion, and they just split across, and you get left with these land masses and these shelves. So that's pretty cool. We're not making that right now though, but that is one way to make those really long striations and whatnot. Too much spacing there. That's probably enough there. Maybe not even fractal terraces. That is a really cool effect, but that's not the effect we want. So we'll just stick with regular terraces. Hopefully it'll work with what we need. Terrace. And we're going to do just default, and we're going to increase the amount of terraces we have. We're going to decrease the uniformity and increase the steepness, and I think that ought to do it. You can do something like that. We reprocess that so it just kind of takes these values and just reprocess it again over our landscape. And again, you can see how you can get these really cool like desert-esque features that you would see like in Zion's National Park or any of those southern or southwestern states in the United States. You got some really cool looking effects there. Over here, cool as well. So those would be your rock formations rather than mountain-esque formations. But I think overall, you'll probably just be better with the multifractal here. That'll give you these more pokey rock looks. And that might have been too much on the warp too. We can decrease the size of the warp. More like that. So then we got more pebble-esque stones here. And if you wanted some erosion here to make it look a little bit better, I wouldn't recommend using just regular erosion, because what you'll get is you'll get cool looking effects, but something that you're probably not going to want. You get like these flow lines that you don't want on your rocks, and then you start making them look more like small mountains. So instead of just using a erosion, use a stratify. This is going to stratify the entire noise section. Boom. There we go. And then from here, you can see we got this stratification going on. From here, we can add thermal. So thermal is supposed to actually break off chunks of rock and like sediment residue on the edges of your landscape. So to do that, we to make it more like a rock mound, we can use that, and then we can increase the talus strength. But I like to use some of these presets. I don't know which one here will be the best, but maybe strong talus, maybe. Yeah, there we go. So now they just look like rocks sticking out of like dirt mounds, I suppose, especially if you color it correctly. So you have a couple options. You don't only have to make mountains. I probably spent too much time on that, but yeah, you can definitely make rocks. Just try to get your plane as flat as possible, and then just kind of make noise that sticks up out of the ground. You don't only have to use the multifractal. You can use pretty much any primitive here especially Voronoi. Voronoi might be a good one, but I don't want to break in too much of that because I do want to get back to this other request. But yeah, there you go. Hopefully that answers some questions or provides some insight. And I hope it was helpful. If you have any other questions that come up, feel free to say so. I don't mind sidetracking a bit. Very many variations of rocket possible. Oh yeah, I'll have to experiment more with Gaea, but this is giving me some direction. Yeah, yep, that is exactly what I want to do, is help give you guys some direction. So if you want to ask anything else, feel free, and then we can take a side step and go look at different things. But if you don't, I'll continue working on this little river valley that we have going on. All right, so I think what we want to do here is we're not going to be using this blur in this case. We're bypassing this blur for now. So let's go back to this inverted river mask. And before it crashed, what we did is we actually increased and played around with the gain and bias and gain. So we want to drop it to the floor, and what do? We increased the bias a bit, and we also increased the gain a bit. And that just helped kind of break it up a little bit more. There we go. Now let's see what we have in the combine. Combine, we lost quite a bit of detail, but as you can see here, you're playing with the bias and gain a bit. We can increase our water level a bit more. But I want to, and it did kind of thin it out a little bit right here as well. Gets a little bit wider. And it thins out. So let's just play with the combination options here a little bit more. So instead of max, let's just kind of keep poking around. That is way too much. Oh, there we go. I don't know what that is. That is a weird visual artifact. Interesting. Maybe square root's not the best option. Oh no, power is not either. Difference would work pretty well, but again, looks like we lost our mountain, so we might have to really play around with it. Yeah, it's not going to be what we want. Let's go to blend and let's play around with it a bit more. We just really want to keep the river really thin. That's too much. I think blend's just going to keep pushing it up and up and up. Yeah. So at one point we just kind of lost any amount of variation that we were going to get with the blend option, and that was about 10%. So we don't want to have a huge, like this right here, we don't want this to be very large and take up a lot of space, so we don't want to have too much of a ratio here. Like that is probably just fine right there. The river still runs through it. All right, maybe we can displace it a bit more, or we can bypass the inverted river mask here and just invert the displacement itself. Let's increase the strength of the displacement a bit more. Mask. Ooh. Yeah, this we're gonna invert. That kind of helped a bit more. I do get quiet when I'm thinking and trying to figure stuff out, so I do apologize if you guys are trying to follow along or listening and I'm not saying anything, I stop and think. So I apologize if you get bored. These are supposed to be more educational than fun, so I hope that you guys just kind of follow along and play around. Just consider it Bob Ross without all the happy friends and just a happy little tree here and there, just kind of more quiet, I guess. So our river is still really thick. We got to figure that out. This is a problem-solving matter, so let's continue trying to figure out what we want to do here. I'm thinking what we can just do is I want to keep this overall look, but Gaea is not wanting to function for me in this case. It's mostly a me problem, not a Gaea problem. So let's get rid of the river mask. Let's delete that. We're going to get rid of font as well, or fault, not font. We're going to take this and we're just going to straight up add a shaper to it. And we're going to drop it to the floor and we're going to shape it so it's more pointy this way. So it thins it up a bit. And then we're also going to invert. Or maybe if we... There we go. Yeah, shaper the other direction. There we go. And then we can go from here to combine. There we go. I knew we'd figure it out eventually. So that's our thinner river. We just had to try a few things. Essentially what we wanted to do was just kind of close the gap on the top. So if we invert it and then we use shaper, if we were to use it the other direction, it would essentially take what, actually, you know what, instead of just explaining it, let me save it and I'll just show you real quick because that'll be a lot easier. I'm very bad at explaining things on the spot. If I think about what I'm doing first and then I kind of make a rough draft of what I want to talk about, I can usually explain things better. That's why my tutorials are less off the cuff than these live streams. So yeah, anyways. And what we're going to use here is just a gradient. And we're going to use a radial gradient. And you can see here we have like this radial gradient. Just so it's easier to see things, I'll decrease the scale. All right, so essentially if you take shaper, and I have a tutorial on this, but I will quickly go over what's happening here. Shaper will it'll take the shape you have and it'll either increase the tops and flatten it out and kind of inflate it, or it'll make more of a peak look. And you can have a shaper node, or you can use the shaper post effect, which is this one right here. The post effects are nice because they are built into the nodes themselves and they don't add any build time for additional nodes on top of it, and they actually add very little build time to the node that you're using it on. So if you can get away with using the post effects that are down here, I recommend using those over the actual nodes, but there are instances where you actually have to use the node because the shaper node here only offers the drop to floor option and the shaper slider here, but the shaper node offers like fine details and a localized effect as well. So in some cases you might want to use the node, but in many cases, not most, but many cases, you can just get away with using this option here. So the post effect. Anyways, so if we increase the slider, you can see how it's kind of making it more bulbous at the top. And if we decrease it, we're making it more pointy, but the base retains pretty much the same width. So if we were to invert this and make this point go down into our landscape, the top part will still be really wide, but if we were to increase it after an invert, it will actually shrink. So it does the exact opposite. So let's add an invert here. And as you can see here, we are using the shaper node all the way off to the side. As we increase this, wow, thanks, guy. Make me look like a freaking idiot. That is not what it was supposed to do. It's making me look so dumb. It might not work in this case because we have other effects playing into it in the other one, but point still stands. You saw it happen in the other build. So screw it. Use Shaper to decrease the width of your rivers. Even if Gaia wants you to be an idiot, make you look like an idiot, it'll work. We just did it. My point still stands. That is not being built properly. It's not the first time that a 3D program has made me look like a total idiot by contradicting what I was trying to show off. But whatever. It's good. It works. Yes, indeed. SC, it most definitely works, because that's exactly what it did here. All right. So we're going to just increase this even more, thin it out just a tad bit more. There we go. So now we got a more thin river here. We can also just play with the ratio a bit and thin out the river just a bit more. Not too much. And then as you can see here with our water level, if we were to increase it, we still have the river flowing completely through our landscape. So that was just one thing that I had issue with in this. By the way, SC, if you want, you can join the Discord that I have here. You can ask any question, post anything you want, Gaia related, Cinema 4D related, anything. It's PWN Design. If you want, I can. You might already be in it. I'm not entirely sure. People have different names everywhere. So I'll just copy it and I'll put it in here for you guys to join the Discord. So there it is. So if you want to join, go ahead, post anything you want, as long as it's legal in any of these chats, and call it good. All right, so our river's flowing through it, and we got into Discord for a reason. As you can see here, this river that they made, it looks nice, but if you were to look at the original, that's okay. This guy is actually, he actually makes really cool stuff. I don't mind calling him out because he is a good artist. But let's see here. I'm not going over this gate build, just the landscapes. And you can see here, he has this river going through, but the river breaks off into weird different positions. So right here you have a river, especially in the video, he has the river flowing downhill, which makes sense, but it's going uphill, downhill, off to the side, down, up, all that nonsense, all that river nonsense. But back here is the important part. If you were to take a close look, this river bend goes up, up, and then right there goes up more and more and more up. So it's taking really weird angles and going uphill and downhill. And it does look good, especially for just a quick shot. It doesn't have to be picture perfect, and this is a beautiful scene. But I would like mine from scratch to be far more realistic to nature from the get-go. So we do have our river. It's flat across the entire landscape. We can see our water through it. So if we were to throw a plane into Cinema 4D to make a water plane, it would we can increase the height of it, and we can have these really cool river beds here, river banks filled with trees and rocks and all that fun stuff. And we do have a nice thinner river here, and it goes all the way through our landscape. We don't have to stop here though. There are different areas where they included like lakes and whatnot, and to make that, I'm just gonna delete this blur. We don't need that blur. Especially, let me go back to the erosion here and see how this erosion is playing into our river as well real quick. Okay, so that is just a tad bit too much erosion in this case. Before it was just enough, but in this case it's too much. We get these dumb looking areas like this, and it just doesn't look good. We have more of a fjord, or ford, I guess, a fjord look, with the rocks going right down into the water, which that happens in nature, so I'm not too concerned about that, but I'm more concerned about the overall strong erosion there. So we can just change the settings here. We can just go to a preset and just use something like a gentle erosion might work. Yeah, the Discord is really nice. It's definitely something I recommend getting into. We do have a landscape final here, and I think what I did is this is a combine, another combine that I just used blend on because of that erosion. I wanted to bring back some of those additional details. So all I did is I just took this combine and I put it in, I believe it was in that, not separation, sorry, down here into the, what used to be a blur. So not anymore. So in this case, that did bring our river back, so that's good. We just need to increase the ratio a bit more. Might not need that much. Could probably just, I think that might be enough, and then let's just check our water level. Yeah. Starts breaking off into a larger area here. There might be a lake over here or something that you can put in. Same thing over here, or maybe the ocean, or just mask it off or cover it with more mountains, whichever you want. So yeah, that small amount of erosion that we have right here that we put back in, and then combined that displace back in, and that looks like it did the trick. So that's our river. Now if you go back and look at it, they have like he has like this landscape being cut into, like we have here, but he has some angles to it in certain areas, which we don't have here. It's all mostly flat. I mean, it's all going to really depend on the landscape you make. I would use a multifractal for this, by the way. A multifractal, kind of how we just set it up when we were talking about the rocks that you can make. Use a lot of variance in the multifractal, and then bring up maybe the smoothing a bit more, so you have like these rocky areas, but then you have the smooth areas that he has. So the multifractal is what I would recommend in this case. I'm using range because it gives you a really cool looking mountain effect, but multifractal might be a better option for you. I don't really like how smooth this is looking in this build. This is way too smooth. We'll have to add some details in later, but for now, this is our little river that cuts through this mountain valley. So, mountainous valley. So yeah, totally, multifractal in this case will work pretty well, especially if you can get it as flat as possible, and then you can have these slopes coming in. And I would make the multifractal first with a draw or a mask, and then draw in your river afterwards. I believe what this guy did is he actually created masks for his landscape and the rivers. I would just procedurally generate the landscape, just save yourself some time, and then draw in the rivers, and just follow the contours of your landscape to the best of your ability. So that's what I would do. Poisonally. Guitar guy. All right, let's go see. Probably happened in general. Yeah, there you are. Howdy. Thank you for joining. Take advantage of the Discord. The more people we can get to join, the better. And you can ask. We have a Gaea chat here. You can ask any question you want. You can see here we already have Andre is using it quite a bit. We kind of talked about how we can make these low poly mountains that he's trying to make. And he actually didn't know that there was a option in Gaea to do it, which is this. It's just the origami filter, or I guess in this case, yeah, the filter. You can actually get these low poly mountains straight out of Gaea. Yeah, and he just asked a question down here how we can. Let's see here. Yeah, he wants to bring this down without destroying the detail he has, and we're just like, yeah, go ahead and use bias and gain and clamp and you can get what you need. So people are asking questions, people are also sharing. So if you joined, we do have a hello option in here. You can post stuff about yourself, post like your portfolio, how long you've been working, and things. Like every chat section has this up here so you can read like what you can do in it, do in the chat or whatever. You get the point. Yeah, you can introduce yourself here. You can show off your work here. People are showing off their work here as well. This guy right here, he does landscapes for like a boating company that he works for, and he was showing off his mixer right here that he was doing. It looks really badass. So share off your work here. I just posted this one the other day. I made this in Gaea, Cinema 4D, and Octane. I thought that one looked pretty good. So yeah, share off your stuff there. You can request tutorials here, so on and so forth. Everything is, I believe, to be pretty common sense named. So, but anyways, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Let's get the water level up a bit higher. Right there. Yeah, we can get almost straight up on the bank. So that's good. And you don't have to stick with this basic form inside of that you made inside of Gaea. In your 3D application, you should be able to, at least most 3D applications, you should be able to sculpt what you want. And so you can bring some of these edges down or raise them up or pinch or squeeze or whatever it is that you need. So let's, I think for now, this is probably what we're going to stick with. So let's, there's our normal map, and we're just going to continue breaking down our texturing here. Oh yeah, I try to make it as welcoming as possible. I've been doing 3D stuff for a long time, and I've always just enjoyed getting with people who are like-minded 3D artists, especially landscape artists, and just talk and have a good time. We all support each other. If you have questions, I mean, everybody so far in the Discord has been really nice and welcoming, and hasn't really been too much of a bother for anybody. So, yeah, just try to make it as welcoming as possible. I'm still really new to this whole live chat and live stream stuff, but I'm working on it. Yeah, I mean, we try to do our best, as I guess is all I'm gonna say. Let's close that. Let's throw on our black and white masks. There we go. This will be our texture. That'll be a sat map, and I believe I had this. I tried to get the very basic texturing that he had in this image. So let's go back to this. So as you can see here, he has mostly grass, but with some darker brown variation in the grass for, like, you know, drier areas. So I tried to get that with this. So this is essentially what I'm trying to recreate. So I started out with the drier stuff first. So this will be the dry stuff. And I wanted to do that based on, I guess at the time it was the blur, but I don't really care about that now because we took the blur out. But to make it look a little bit better, if you don't use any jitter or any noise in the texture, you'll get these weird striations. So let me take the noise off and the jitter. And as you can see here, we do get the patchiness that we want, but then you also have this problem where you have these banding colors. And the reason why you get those banding colors is because there's just nothing there for Gaea to play with. It's just a very flat, noiseless area. And much of this landscape, especially now, is very flat and noiseless. So to break that up and make it look a little more natural and less fake, use jitter. Jitter will mix up the these samples right here and apply them with like a displacement or warp. And then you just increase the noise. I usually use 1%. You don't need a whole lot. In this case, we might need more than 1%. We might have to maybe even go up to 5. Just really depends on what we need. But yeah, that made it look more overall noisy and less bandy, as you can see here. So now when we add our green, we should have patches of dark, more dry areas, I suppose. 5 might be a little too much. Let's decrease that. That might be better. Now we have the patches coming back in, but they're not they don't have the color bands. All right, so that was the darker, more dead areas, I guess, of the vegetation. This one I tried to make a little more green, I believe. I'm doing this all from scratch one more time again anyways, because when you use masks or draw nodes, there's a reference resource file that is saved with Gaea, and apparently I deleted that, so I had to do everything by hand again. So keep that in mind if you're using any of those things. I think I used the same node, same color here, because I wanted to add just additional variation, because I went from using, I think I changed the seed. Did I change the seed? I honestly couldn't tell you what the hell I was doing right there. I made this like last week, and I was mostly tired when I made it. So let's change the mode to B. I think what I was trying to do is I was trying to do dark patches and then a variation change of the dark patches is what I believe I was trying to do. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, especially when I look at the mixer. So we'll stick with that. I might increase the noise on this a little bit more, actually. I did with the other one. I want to keep these patches, but I don't want them to be filled with color banding. So this one is a rock map. I should have more green in there, though. What was I doing? Huh. Let's see. Let's what we're gonna do, we are going to add another texture map. There we go. We'll do something with it. I don't know what we're gonna do just yet. We might put it in after, we might put it in right here. So we'll take pretty much all of this and move that down for now, so it's out of the way. And I like to keep my node graphs pretty evenly spread out. So we're gonna use a different seed, and let's use C, because we already used A and B. So let's use C. And these are just different modes. I couldn't tell you what the modes do. At one point, I knew, back when Gaea was first being developed. I was in a really early alpha group inside of a Slack with Dax and his development team, and we just kind of put together ideas of what we wanted in the new 3D landscape application. And at one point, I knew what these were, but I don't anymore. My mouth was getting dry. Sorry. All right. Oops. That's not what I wanted. I want a sat map. If anybody else is in the live stream and wants to chat it up, feel free. Even if you're not asking questions, a hello, or like an idea, anything, go ahead and feel free to say whatever you want. I'm not going to bite your head off. I just really enjoy the chats mostly. Questions. Just this Gaea community is just filled with amazing, awesome people who are just super smart, and I just like hearing from all of you. So feel free to say whatever you want, as long as you're being respectful, I suppose. I mean, I'm not your dad. I mean, you can say whatever you want. I might not agree with what you're saying, or you might, I don't know, but I'm not gonna sit there and monitor you. I just think you guys are adults and you can act like adults, so just do your thing. So that is, I think that's a good color. Let's go back and take a look at this. So he has like this darker grass, and that's the brown patches of dead grass. That might be too dark. let's continue looking. There's a lot of stuff here that we can use, so we don't have to be too hasty. That's a little bit too light. So what's that? So fun fact, if you use a sat map and you're getting colors in it that you don't want, this actually looks pretty cool, but I don't want to stick with it. You can actually take these sliders right here in the sat map editor and slide it over to a different sampling section to get the colors you do want. So you don't have to stick with the whole thing. Like if I wanted more of the brown, I can come over here and slide this over, and now I have more of the brown. If I want more of this bluish gray color, I can do that too. It's like right there, that was actually pretty cool. We can go back here. You can see how we have that green come through, and then we have this gray. I think if I had the brown over a bit more, we had, yeah, like that. You can see right here on the slopes, we have that brown color coming through. So play around with the sat maps. Don't just stick with the default values. There's a lot of stuff here that you can change. I recommend just going through and giving yourself some freedom and try different things. So yeah, they're just little sliders here. We'll go with this. I think that right there is just about perfect. So we're going to want to do the same thing in this case. We're going to want to take our sat map and apply some jitter, break it up a bit, and then we're going to add some noise. There we go. So we get these grassy patches. All right, so we want to throw a mixer in. And the way I like to do texturing inside of Gaea is when I have a mixer you can use a mask for, and that mask can be anything. It can be a slope, it could be height, it could be angle, whatever. But I actually just like the mask in the last texture node, because the texture nodes are already selections in of themselves. They're very minor selections, but they are selections nonetheless. So when you do that, you can increase the blend to 100%, and that way you'll get a blend between the masked selection of the texture node and the other mixer you have right here. So now we have this and this to become this. So instead of the overall brown tone we got, now we're getting more of the green tones coming in, as well as these dark patches and lines apparently. And there's a very big dark patch right here. And we can break that up even more by going back into the texture map here, and we can blur it. So if we didn't want to take this direct output, we can attach a blur to it. Maybe. Where'd it put it? I put it in. Okay. A blur. Attach that to the texture. So now we're blurring this texture map right here. Save it real quick. And then attach a displace to the blur. I'll just put this under there, and that right there, and then you can use that as your mask instead. So now when you go over here and look at this, that big brown dirt patch that we had, you don't have to use the displace. I just use the displace because it makes it look a little bit more random, I suppose. But instead of that really harsh dirt patch we had before from just the texture itself, so let's go back and look at that real quick. We had this big harsh dirt patch. We now have this more soft dirt patch. That might be a little bit too much too. We can always decrease the power. We don't have to keep it default, so we can decrease it down to 1.1 or even lower. We just need it a little bit of blur. We don't need a whole lot. And then we displace that just a little bit, not too much. And now we have the dirt patch coming in, but now there's not such a harsh cutoff between the dark green and the darker brown. So just some nice little effects that you can throw in there. And you can see right here, it blends in relatively nicely right there. And what's really cool about this is because we know that these dark brown patches are being made by one of these textures, or both of these textures apparently. This one specifically, because I believe it may not have updated here, but we did change the mode a bit. But we can take this texture, which is just a selection in of itself, and we can throw in a way to make different landscape features. So we can use rock. Let's use rocks, and we're going to attach that based on this texture. It's going to be weird at first, but it should work out. I've done this before. I might say that often. I've done this before. Gaea's probably going to make me look like an idiot again, though. So we got to do a combine. Stop doing that. Combine. There we go. Just do this. And then this mask right here, we'll go down into the texture, like that. And then we just got to play with this a bit until we find what we want. Other way. Still other way. Let's play with the, yeah, we're going to play with the clamp. We just want to clamp it down. We want the rocks there, but we don't want them that strong. So maybe something like that, just really small. We got our combine here. So let's, we actually want to invert something here, I believe. So we'll just play with the blend until we find something we like first, and then we'll try something else. I know I'm kind of going off kilter here. I do go on tangents, so anybody who's followed my live streams before know that I go on tangents often. Just go back to 50-50 here till we find what we want. All right, so let's just scroll through these till we find something. Subtract, that might do it. Maybe not. Nope, subtract is not doing it. Maybe we can just, instead of attaching the rocks to that, we can do the rocks from the erosion and then use this texture as the mask. That might work out pretty well. Maybe. Let's move some stuff around. Let's do a regular blend first. I think we're going to get probably the same effect. Yeah, I agree. The best of streams that I've ever seen were people who were like doing some really cool stuff, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Oh wait, let's do this," and it was good. It was great. I loved it. I'm having a difficult time understanding what I can do here to get a different look, though. That texture just might be a little too much. Let's get rid of that real quick. And let's go to our rock. No, that's not going to do it. Bring in some stuff. We might be able to go back to this and then throw something in the mix here to break it up. So Instead of doing it on the combine itself, which is what I was doing before, or on the rocks, we don't need to clamp the rocks. We want those to come in, as you can see here, but we want them to come in based on this texture. So let's find a good blend between the two first, like 50-50. It's usually a pretty good start. And then now we want to mask this rock pattern in from the texture, but we might need to play with the texture. So let's do, first we're gonna attach another node to this texture. Okay, whatever. Clamp. We'll play with clamp first, and then we'll throw in the mask, and then we're going to actually pin this as underlay so we can see what we're doing. And we're just going to decrease the overall values. Now we're bringing other stuff in. Let's do subtract. Looks kind of cool. The texture value itself might be probably not all that great, actually. I've done it before. Maybe things have changed in Gaea enough where that's not going to work anymore. But I'll explain what I was trying to do. Anyways, we'll come back to this later, probably. I want this as the underlying, though. So essentially what I wanted to do, if we go back to this mixer, let's look at what we have. I wanted there to be, on this brown right here, brown areas, a little bit more noise, just to make it look like there were rocks there. We can still do that with a slope selection, but it's going to be one of those things where we are finagling it quite a bit. So I'm not going to worry about it. I just thought it would be kind of cool. We can do like splat maps, I guess, if we wanted, or yeah, we can do a couple other things. But for now, I'm just gonna kind of leave it as that for the time being. All of the main thing is that we have our green and we have our brown. So that's what we want. Okay, so next will be so we had our blur in our display. So now we're kind of blurring between these darker patches and the brown patches, and now we want to continue off on our rocks. So let's move these up, and the rocks will be like the rocky slopey parts of the mountain. And to get that, I had the slope, which selected the major slope areas of the mountains. So if you look here, I have a max value of 80 and a minimum value of 75. So I'm selecting 80 from 75 degrees to 80 degrees only. So those are the steep areas. If I wanted to select the shallow areas, I would invert that essentially. And then I added a rock mask to that selection. And I realize now that this rock mask is just a bit dark. So it wasn't before, but now it is. So to fix that, we're just going to use an auto level. And we're going to apply an equalize on this. And if it's too much, like this case, we just decrease the equalize amount. Oh, we want that up. We want the auto level high, but the equalize to be a little bit lower. We want these parts to be as dark as possible, as black as possible. So let's look at the rock mask before and now. So it is selecting some other areas here very slightly, but probably not enough to make a difference. So this rock mask should make as like its name suggests, a mask that looks like it's a rock mask. So, I mean, there's nothing else I can really say. It's supposed to be making those selections, and then we're gonna apply this rocky color to it and have rocks. But this is not going to look the greatest now because things have changed. So now let's find more of a rocky color that will work. That might work. We'll actually apply that to the sat map. There we go. So these areas right here are the more rocky areas from our rock mask. And we can apply this mixer. There we go. You can see now we have a more rocky looking mountain right there than it was before. This isn't the most perfect texture job. I do have tutorials that break down what to do more for texturing and everything, but this is just more of a simple texture. So, and that might be too bright. So let's play with this a bit. I have that set to multiply, so it shouldn't be, but apparently it is. We might have to go into this sat map and let's play with some of these brightness and contrast. Essentially what we want to do is decrease the brightness a bit. Maybe. Let's save it real quick. If it'll let me. Holy crap. Hey, guitar guy. Oh, you're from India. Welcome. Essie from India. Oh, you're a dev tester at Ubisoft. That's awesome. What's it like working for Ubisoft? If you're still around. You don't have to answer. I mean, I've always wanted to work for a game company, like a game dev company as like a 3D landscape artist, but I have friends that actually work for game developers, and they said that if you want to have any faith in the human race or in game art, do it on your own rather than work for a big company. Yeah, that's understandable. I figured you might have NDAs. I have NDAs as well, so I totally get it. I'm not going to mention any names, but there have been different areas I had worked for, or different companies I had worked for that they were cool at first, and then all of a sudden they just became total assholes. So I'm not going to name them. They're not even around anymore. This was a long time ago, and there's a reason why they're not around anymore. Okay, I don't know if I like those rocks so much. Let's find something darker. Maybe even lighter. I don't know, let's just play around with some stuff. Let's do about maybe that range. We need some more dark. Maybe that. Let's add some jitter. And let's see what that looks like. Oops. It's not even coming through very much. Now. It kind of is if you keep an eye in this area. But not much. Subtract looks pretty cool. I thought multiply would look better than it does, but I think I'm going to stick with subtract in this case. Makes those rocky areas more rocky. So this by no means is a perfect texturing job. I don't want to spend too much time on the texturing itself anyways. So we're just I'm gonna play with this blur a little bit more. The changes I made have kind of took away the blend that I had before. We still have that harsh line there now. It's coming back. Don't want it to come back. We're going to increase the iterations here. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to take this value and we're just going to apply it 4 more times. That's essentially what we're doing in this case. There we go. The big patch is still there, but the line between the grass and the darker patch is a little bit more soft now. The bad part is now we have too soft of a gradient on our mountains, but luckily we are not done. We still have all of this. So let's bring this auto level up under the sat mask or sat map. And just to keep things organized, I'm just gonna make sure that they all kind of line up with each other. There we go. The last Ubisoft game that I played, I'm just thinking, was The Division. That was the last Ubisoft game I played. And I liked it. I was actually quite pleased with it. It had its rough moments at the beginning, but what game doesn't? And yeah, I quite enjoyed it. I haven't played the second one. I don't actually play a whole lot of games anymore. I like to try, but I don't often get to. But I do try. We're gonna blend. Things have changed, so now we're gonna blend. And this is what we get. So we're gonna have to go back into the sat maps, and we are going to add jitter and noise. Also, if you want to increase the overall samples, so in here, if you look at the sat map editor and you essentially think of like little lines making little hits every so often, those are your samples. So the more samples you have, the better the outcome. So if you increase the samples here, you'll have more of those hits along your sat map editor, and you'll actually start introducing a bit more variation in your color map, as you can see here. So obviously 512, it's going to be slower. 1024 is going to be very slow, but you'll start introducing more hits inside of your sat map, which can make things look a lot better or worse depending on what you're doing. I mean, it really just depends. But in this case, I'm actually going to use 1024, and then we're going to increase the noise. Oh yeah, I agree. I haven't really played too many shooters, especially in the past, or even recently. I guess in the past I played a lot of them, but more recently I really haven't. I am along the same lines as you. I would rather play a RPG, whether it's third person or first person, or I can jump between first person and third person, whichever. Kind of like the Elder Scrolls games. But yeah, I don't really play first person shooters all that much anymore. I do play Call of Duty right now, but before now, 2019, I actually didn't play Call of Duty at all, except for I played all of them up to Modern Warfare 2. Literally, like every Call of Duty I had played up till Modern Warfare 2. And that, I can't remember when that came out, but I think it was 2008 or 2009 or somewhere around there. And that is when I stopped playing Call of Duty games. So I actually didn't play Modern Warfare 3 or any of that stuff. I quite literally stopped playing up until this year. So that just kind of shows you how often I actually play shooters, which was not very often. I don't like this texture. Remember me saying don't keep the defaults? Well, I'm talking out of my ass right now because I kept pretty much all the defaults here except for the seed. So I'm going to increase the scale and we're going to see what we're going to get. Hey Austin, how you doing? Oh, they totally lost the thing that made them good. Totally. They actually had really good and like I almost want to say they had really good and deep storylines once upon a time. And like I remember playing Call of Duty 2 on the Xbox 360, and their characters, like you actually really liked the characters that were that they had put in the game. And one of the one of the best parts of Call of Duty 2, I'll never forget it because I was really young. We were staying up late. We were trying to beat it on like veteran or some hardcore, the hardest difficulty or something like that. And it was a tiger tank. We couldn't get past this section where you had to get on the back of a truck and run away from a tiger tank. And it's funny because before you start that section, you're playing I think you're playing as the British, and you find the truck and you find a bunch of gas cans. And it was really funny because they're like, oh, the Jerrys, they're nice enough to leave us a full tank of petrol. And the way the guy said it was just so funny. I really loved it. It was one of those humorous things that you don't really see in a lot of Call of Duties anymore. It was great. I'll never forget that. It was good times. All right, I think that worked out better. Changing the scale and the patches gave us not so many stupid little patches, but we still retain some of the different details here. And I think if the way it's looking now, we can actually decrease the noise. Let's decrease it by half real quick and see what we get. Maybe X marks the spot. I don't want that. It's still kind of there, but where the camera will be, it'll be hard to see it. So we still have our darker patches. They're kind of being taken over, but they're slightly there. So we want to try to bring those back the best we can. So we're just gonna decrease. Oops, I wasn't even on the right thing. There we go. We're just going to decrease the blend ratio. Actually, let me go back. No. We're just gonna stick with this. Yeah, exactly. It's not enough, or they're overboard. And actually, the one thing that really turned me off about Call of Modern Warfare 2, which I really enjoyed, I liked it, but was not nearly as good as Modern Warfare, so Call of Duty 4. They went with like the 1 or 2 man army where you have these 2 guys and they're escaping like 50 helicopters and like 100 soldiers on snowmobiles and on a boat, and you have like all these people coming out on boats. They're shooting rockets and machine guns at you, and like you're just these 2 guys taking down all of these people like in this army. And I just didn't like it. It blew it way out of proportion, and they stepped it up. They took it from like a 7 on the extreme scale in Call of Duty 4 to like an 11 in Modern Warfare 2, and it was just not needed. I suppose they most definitely could have did a lot less with it, and it still would have been a good game. But yeah, they went overboard with it for sure. All right, let's bring this up and let's see what we have going on here. I think I'm happy with the patchiness going on. Yeah, if they want to do Rambo gameplay, they should probably just make a Rambo game, because then it would actually make sense, and I would actually enjoy that. If they made like a good Rambo game, I would love that. Most definitely. This was supposed to be like green around the riverbank. That's what I was trying to make. So it's lighter around the riverbank where the plants would be more alive. And I had it masking through the blur that we had that I took out. So we might need to... that's actually looking pretty good. Too bad it's divide. Why is it divide though? Why can I do like a max? Maybe? No, that's not gonna do it either. This specific tutorial was requested by somebody in the Discord who wanted us to make a scene similar to... I'm going to go over your winter scene here and your other stuff, Essie, but I will do that after the live stream. So we have the tutorial requests in here. So he wants us to make something similar to this. So this is what we're trying to recreate for him, so we can show him how we can do it. So I'm trying to get the overall gist of it rather than the exact scene. So we create a landscape and we create a river and all that, and everything that you're learning right now you can apply if you want to make like another fork in the river. You just do the exact same thing that you did once before, but now you just add a mask for your other river fork or river bend or whatever, or these lakes. He has a bunch of little lakes or ponds or whatever spread across. But the major issue I had with this is that if you look at this scene, it's a beautiful scene. It's awesome. But the river is bending and weaving in weird places that don't make sense for a river to do that. And especially way back here in the distance, it's hard to see in this image. But if I could zoom in, I'd show you a little bit better. But this river right here will actually go up and bend up on hills instead of going and cutting through them. So it's bending up on the hill and then coming back down on the hill. I didn't want that because it's not natural, for one. But if you were to have a scene where you were close to that, it would not look good. So what I'm trying to do is we're trying to make this river cut through our little valley here and stay level. So when we add our water, so right now I have this water level. When we add our water on a flat plane or whatever it is that we're using, it will actually go through the landscape evenly rather than bending up and over different areas that don't make sense. So that's what I was attempting to do with this, and it's worked so far. And we actually were able to get really close to the surface here. So in your 3D application, if you wanted to, you can, especially in Cinema 4D, which is what I'm going to be importing this into, you can just sculpt this out a little bit more if you want to make it more flat or raise it up more or whatever you want to do. And you'll have those options for you. So there are some things that are better done, sorry, that are better done outside of Gaea than in Gaea. But to make a river like this, you can totally do it in Gaea and it will look good. It'll look fine. He actually wanted the river to be a little more thin than it was wide. So if I were to go back, what I did is I put together kind of like a first review of this process. And this is what I came up with. So you can see the river right here kind of swirls around, and I put trees in. This was just a really quick screenshot after I started the render. But I took out the volume so you can see what's happening here. So I just planted trees along the riverbed edge. It's not to scale or anything. It was just to kind of show what I was doing. Planted some rocks on the slopes here. It's not really all that great, but it shows the process. So we have this riverbed. So what he wanted was thinner rivers that kind of, look more like this. And that's what I was trying to get overall. So we do have a thinner river in this case, But if we go back up to this displace, I had to use pretty much all of the shaper here to get it as thin as possible, and it's still pretty thick. So maybe I could like add the shaper there and then add another shaper node here and increase that even more. I guess we can just kind of double up the shaper values. This is totally gonna wreck all of my selections. But it's all right. Let's go back, go to the combine. So we're gonna go here. Oh yeah, I wanna get back into UE4 a lot. I'm just having a hard time doing it because every time I open it, I know how to set up a landscape, and I know how to set up good lighting and how to scatter trees and stuff, but I have the hardest time with freaking what was I gonna say? I have the hardest time with texturing inside of anything. Like, I can texture pretty well in Gaea because it's all procedural, but when you export it, obviously you don't have any details. It's just all a color map. But when it comes to like texturing inside of Cinema 4D or inside of Unreal Engine, I just get tiling for days and it looks atrocious. And I've tried to use like plugins that people have made. So like Landscape Auto Material is one of them. So LAM is what they called it. I don't know if they develop it anymore or not, but that's what I had used for a while, and it was good. It did the job, but it was a pain in the butt to go through the whole node structure system to change the materials out for like custom materials that you could use. And the vegetation they included was good, but it wasn't what I wanted, and changing all of that out was a pain in the butt as well. What I would like to see is a plugin where you simply plug in through, like, not a node graph. First of all, node graphs are great, don't get me wrong. I do appreciate a nice node graph, obviously, as you can see here, but something more artist friendly where it's not a node graph. You just have, hey, what's material number 1, what's material number 2, what's material number 3, and then off to the side from that you say, okay, where do you want to apply this material? Mask. What load in the mask where you want to place this material, and you just load in whatever mask that you exported out of Gaea, and it puts it in that location. So you can use something like a splat map, which I know how to use. I actually have a really old tutorial going through how to set up a splat map in Unreal Engine 4 from World Machine, but that is still way more than it should be. I guess it just does not make sense on why it's just so difficult to get textures to appear at different sizes and camera distances, and it has to be like this mathematical chore. Like, if I'm going to put something in, I just want to prototype it real quick without having to do math and throw in a bunch of nodes and configure it all together and try to get it to work. I just want to plug and play, essentially. And if somebody can build a plugin like that for Unreal Engine or even Cinema 4D, you have my money, like, immediately. I'm not a developer in any way, but I'm half tempted to just get into it to see if I can make something myself, just so I can have that. Brushify. I've heard of Brushify. I haven't used it, but I have heard of it. Yeah, I gotta open up Unreal. I download every new release of Unreal Engine. Like, obviously I have it pinned here and I have the Epic launcher there. So every time that there's a new release, I open it and I download it. But I don't end up using it because it's just I have finite amount of time to begin with. So I don't want to be spending my entire day trying to learn something new on my free time when would rather be doing this with you guys. But that's just my opinion. But I do want to open it and learn it. Like, I'm not lazy. I will learn something just to get better at it. So I think that river is looking a lot better. It was still pretty broad, but now it's a lot more thin. Yeah, I bet you a lot of devs would. That's the problem with 3D, like 3D modeling or even just being like a render technician or a landscape artist or just like your more simple artist jobs. Is anything in 3D is just more of a dev kind of job where you have to understand how things merge together, when artists for a really long time were working in layers. So I come from Photoshop. That's how I got started in anything, was me working in Photoshop almost every day. I actually don't like Photoshop, so it wasn't a bad application, obviously. I still have CS2, so that's how often I care about using Photoshop, and that's how often I care to open it. I still have CS2, and I rarely use it, but I used it every day, and at the time CS2 was new, so I have it. But I was using it every day, and I just don't care about using it. But it's how I got started in all this 3D stuff, is working inside of Photoshop and trying to make nice pieces of art, I suppose. And was hired by a company to do that, and I appreciate them. They're still around. It's actually a company I really love. Everybody that works there is awesome. But I don't like to use Photoshop. I would much rather use a 3D application, but it is more dev friendly in my opinion than what a art environment should be. Like, artists can be developers obviously, but I think for the most part they would rather just be artists. Maybe I'm just rambling. Oh yeah, agreed. Landscapes are way fun to build. There's just so much variation and diversity in landscapes. So you can open up Gaea and make something new within seconds. And you don't have to waste your time like going through a huge workflow to get different variations. And World Machine was the same way. And I used Geo Control for a long time as well. And Geo Control is what World Creator is now. It was actually being developed by a guy who I can never remember his name. I think it was Stefan or something like that. I think he was from Germany. And he was developing it, but he had some issues, some health issues or something like that. So he actually stopped developing for it. And I think the people who now own and run World Creator just bought it from him and then built upon it. And I was actually testing out World Creator for a long time with him, but I don't use it. I prefer node-based landscape editors over layer-based ones, which is why I don't go through the layer options in Gaea all that much, even though we have the option for it. I just prefer node-based landscape generation, but when it comes to texturing, I would rather have layers. Exactly. Let the artists art and the devs veg on code. Exactly. Like, I don't understand why that's so difficult, but I'm not a developer, so I don't have developer mind. It could just be something completely hard to do, but at the same time, I don't think it would be, because if you go back and look at Vue had an awesome texturing like setup. You can do it based on height, based on slope, based on a mask, and all of it was easily found. Like, you didn't have to worry about using like a multiply node here based on world coordinates, blah 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 blah. It was, hey, you want to apply this material, you want to do it based on the height, or you want to do it based on the slope, and you just select one or the other or both, and then you just used a slider to slide it, and your material appeared where you said it should appear, and it was great. So if a program like Vue and the developers who develop Vue can get it right, surely Epic or Maxon can do it. I bet, man. I actually envy that position a bit. Like, I know I'm hitting it really hard right now and how much I hate that, but if I were doing it as a job, I honestly wouldn't really complain. I work as a support engineer for a storage company, like a IT, like data storage company, And every day at work is a new struggle to find a solution to something. So I'm not opposed to it, but if I was doing it as a job and got paid to do it, it would be a completely different story. But if I just want to make art, I just want to make the art, I guess. I could just be talking out of my ass too. I mean, there is that. I better save it too. Is their layer system new to like the recent release of the Unreal Engine, or is that something that they're working on like in like beta versions that I'm not a part of? I haven't opened up Unreal Engine in a long time, so I'm not gonna lie, I don't know anything about their layer system, but it would be interesting if you can break it down or provide a link to it. That would be great, because then, I mean, I would be looking at that all day. So what I wanted to do with this texture was essentially add more variation to the brown on top of the green that we had. So we're just layering a layer upon layer upon layer of different types of color variation. 80% of your job is problem solving. Nice. 423 to 424. Okay, so yeah, that should be what I have. But I haven't used Unreal Engine like in any sense of the word use. Maybe since 4.15 or something like that. I have it. I still have it downloaded. We'll see. So we have let's see, we have Unreal Engine, yeah, and I have 4.25. Okay, so the earliest version that I have that I haven't uninstalled is 4.17.2. But I know I have been using Unreal Engine since like before Unreal Engine 4 was released. Like I remember when it was just UDK, and I was using it back then. So I've been using it for a while, but I just, ever since I got more into the art side of stuff, I decided to just not really use it all that much. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with World Creators Area feature. That's pretty cool. I can get down with that. I would have to go in there and learn it and maybe see if there's like documentation on it, but yeah, I can definitely get down with that. Oh yeah, now I remember what I did. So I wanted it to be a little bit darker, bring out the rock and dirt areas a bit more while still retaining like the grass patches as well as the dirt, dry grass areas. And as you can see here, we still have that issue of a really harsh contrast between what we had before and what we have now. And to fix that, we'll just do the same thing. We'll just take this blur and displace, copy and paste that in. I did something stupid and I didn't do it right. All right, let's attach it there. Oops, I don't want a mask. I want that. There we go. We gotta turn this off. We don't need the water anymore. And that should be based on that. There we go. Alrighty. So we have like this dirt coming in our riverbed. So that's good. Before it was just green-ish. Gaia's been making me out to be a fool all day. So before we had the dirt was coming in right here, and then this one right here, we just added a multiply green, I believe. Oh no, brown, to darken up the overall final mixer. So we have these dark rocks like right here, and then we have the grass where the grass needs to be, and then we also have the variation in the grass. So we have these color variations and these variations, so on and so forth. All right. And I see here we did a tree line. That was just a mask that I drew in. It's not here anymore, or this was a height, but I did draw in a mask, which won't be there anymore either because I deleted the reference file just to get a tree mask where I wanted to place the trees. So there's that as well. Here's another thing. This is something else as well. If they can make, I like how the Unreal Engine does the scattering of whatever it is you're scattering, so like trees or whatever, and you can just throw a bunch of objects in there and then set up the parameters and it'll scatter them out. But if they had a more simplistic option where it was just like similar to Octane Scatter, where it was just like an object, you just put it in there and you told it what you wanted to scatter on and include other child objects like things that you already have in your on your scatter surface. So like rocks, if you had rocks that you wanted to scatter stuff on top of as well, you can do that. I don't know why you would, but in some cases you might want to. And you can include children that are already attached to it. And then that scatter object, you can do it based on slope and height or angle, as well as a mask. If they could just have that as just a very basic object that you throw in there, kind of like a skylight, where you just add the skylight and you can change the parameters. If they can do that with a scatter, that'd be great. That'd be cool. I know it was experimental back in the day when they first announced it. I don't know if it's experimental still or not, but that would be cool. I'm not gonna lie. If they could just come out with a very simple texturing and scattering option in Unreal Engine, I probably would dump Cinema 4D and work directly in Unreal Engine if they could do that. But I have Octane for Unreal Engine, so it's maybe that might be something that I do anyways. I don't know. I gotta find time to actually shake off the rust and go back and learning it again. And that takes time. All right, so I'm gonna use a protrusion here. That's something that I had not used before. Now this is such a long process here. I apologize. I am going on tangents. So anybody who watches this in the future, I deeply apologize if you just wanted to get to the meat of the of the live stream, but I do go on tangents. Some people appreciate them, some people do not. You know who you are. This actually looks pretty cool. Yeah, I've ripped my hair out before working in Unreal Engine. I'm not gonna lie. I have straight up have like grabbed my hair and I was just like, why is this such a hard thing to do? It should be the most simple thing. Did I not rename that? Yes. Well, I don't care. Alright, here we go. Mixer. Tangents are life. I love tangents. I can go on tangents all day, every day. If you just got me in like on a live stream and you're just like, hey, how do you do blah? I would totally just be like, oh, and then I would go like from the very beginning to the very end, and that could be a couple hours. So I'm not gonna complain. I'm gonna equalize that. Oh, by the way, a lot of people in the Facebook group have asked how to fix this from happening when you have masks. This is, you have a height mask pinned as the underlay. So all you do is you go to auto level or whatever it is that's doing this and you don't want it to, you just go to, you right click it and go to show as mask. And of course, Gaea is going to make me look like a total fool, but that's how you do it. So, oh, there it goes. All right, now it's working. And that should solve your problem. For anybody out there that needed to know or didn't know, or now you do. And yes, I want that to be equalized. I want more of this info in there. So let's do that. And we want to do it based on that. There we go. Now we've got it coming through, but more than we need. So let's actually find, as much as I like how that looks, let's find a better looking one. Like that one. That one looks really rocky. Yeah, that's better. So that's a lot better than that. We actually have a bit more detail in there. I do work with Megascans. Yep, I have Megascan Mixer and Bridge, and I have been using their products since essentially they were born. I don't know if I've ever noticed or if I ever mentioned this to anybody before, but I actually do a lot of beta software testing and alpha software testing. And I actually worked with Megascans back in the day before they did their whole Epic partnership thing. I actually have a lot of assets that I got from them through those tests. So I do use them, but I haven't used Mixer all that much lately because I haven't actually been able to dig down and do anything with them, but I do want to get into using Mixer. Mixer is the another good example of how to do it right. So you have your surface that you want a material to be, and then you can just use a mask, change it to an opacity layer, and then just have it take the shape of your underlying features, and then you just adjust your displacement however you want and your tiling, and that is done perfectly. And then you can layer those on top of each other to kind of break up any tiling that you're noticing, and it looks fantastic. So yeah, I do love me some good old Megascan Mixer. It's quite fine, quite fun. Oh yeah, I was going to put in some jitter and sorry, I'm going through puberty again, apparently. We're going to do maybe 512 samples here and some noise. There we go. Maybe not that much. We do want the more rocky look after all. We might have to add that blur and that displacement again. This edge is very one colored, I guess. I don't like that. But water should be covering it mostly, and trees, so we don't have to really worry too much about it. So we got a thin river. We're gonna fix this by using another blur. And a displace. And I think what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna use another different type of displace here. You could use warp. Warp could be pretty good, I suppose. Warp might move it too much. We're actually going to use rugged. It won't change the strength too much, but we're just going to stick with that. So now we have it blurring a little better, I think. Let's see what it looks like without that. And just straight into the auto level. So we do have these variations that look pretty cool. The unfortunate side is that I don't want them to appear too strong across the rest of the landscape. And it's not going to really matter too much here at the river's edge, So we'll just add in this place, and let's just take a look in this area. That's not too bad. I think the blur might be just a bit much. Let's decrease it like we did before. We want there to be the variation that we can see, but we don't want it to be as strong as it was before. We just want to minorly change it. And this is where we're looking now. So let's go ahead and see what we have. A little bit. All right, I think that might do it for the overall texture. Finally. Only a couple hours later, right? Well, not even a couple hours. What do we have here? We have, oh yeah, a couple hours. I don't know if you guys were in for the first part of this live stream. I actually got about 15 minutes in and realized that my computer was not recognizing my microphone, even though it said that it was seeing it. It just wasn't recording through it. So spent about 15 minutes of my life talking to myself, and you guys won't hear a damn thing. I think that's looking just fine for now. We're gonna have to do some shimalamalon stuff inside of Cinema 4D, but I think we can get that to look really good. Get some really small trees in here, so this is gonna be a really large scene. I can already quite imagine it here. So we're going to have our trees taking up a good portion of what's going on here. Maybe some noise to break them up a bit. I don't want to add any small vegetation in this because that will just add small details that won't necessarily be needed at such a high altitude. Or even at a low altitude, I guess. We could just use a lot more trees and cover it up, but we're going to need to get the water to be higher slightly. We can be a lot more forgiving with a plane inside of Cinema 4D. And the nice thing about this too is you can tell that the landscape itself is not flat. So you still have like a slight gradient to these parts of the landscape. They're going up, but the river is just cutting through them. And you can even tell right here where it kind of flattens out right here. So it's not like we just have a flat area of landscape right here. It's mostly flat, but it's not all the way flat. So you still have some character to your overall landscape using this method. So, and the mountain scales probably could be a little bit higher as well, but I think as just breaking down the process that you can take would be this does the trick. When it comes to making something that looks as good as this, that's a different story. So a lot of this is going to be done in post-production. You can probably get a better looking water material in post-production than you can inside of Cinema 4D using Octane, or Redshift, or whatever it is you're using. Unless you know how to make really good looking water, I don't. I can use the right material and get a look that I'm satisfied with, but if I want to have small moving river details like this guy has in the video, that's something that will probably have to be done in post with a different program rather than Cinema 4D. Also, the clouds in here, if you go through and watch the video, he adds a lot of this stuff in, I believe, 3ds Max. So he has like this base landscape, and he has these background mountains that he adds in later. We can definitely do that. For now, we're just going to settle with exporting what we have here right now, and we can play around with what we need later. So we're going to not mark that for export, and we're just going to go through and change anything we don't want. I'm not going to do any kind of really big texturing stuff with this, mostly because I don't want to take up a lot of time doing it. I just wanted to show the process of doing it, and then what we could probably get inside of a render. So this will not be a thorough texturing tutorial or breakdown, more of a process breakdown. So hopefully that makes sense. I'm going to remove that rock. I want to come back to that later because I think that would still be a good idea. I'm gonna have to play around with it a little bit more. Once upon a time it worked, but now it's not. So I'm just gonna have to go back and see if I can relearn some stuff that I might have forgotten to do or something. So we don't need that, so we're going to delete those. We're going to delete any node that is not necessary. And this is a cool thing about Gaea. Like, this isn't by any means a good looking terrain. It just does the job. But you can get a terrain that does the job in what, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 nodes right there. I mean, this right here, just obviously not perfect, but I can obviously make better looking landscapes, but quickly breaking something down. This is, I mean, you can do similar things in World Machine, obviously, or World Creator, but I just really like Gaea, the way it looks and feels, and I just thoroughly appreciate this program. So we want to export this. So we're going to rename this to Color Real Final. Since it won't let me rename that, we do want the normal map, so we have that marked for export, and we still have our landscape marked for export. So I'm just going to do a height mask, or a height map, not mask. If you want to use a mesher, you can use a mesher. Just make sure that you set the values that you want, the detail values to what you want. And I highly recommend LODs, especially if you plan on using this model in the background. So. But for the most part, I'm just going to take the landscape, the normal map, and this color map. Mark that for export. And what I'm going to do inside of Cinema 4D is I'm just going to use an Octane material and apply like just a bump map overall to it and just adjust it till it looks good. And I'm just going to stick with that. This color map is actually not that bad. I just need some kind of detail variation in there, and the bump map, or the bump node, I guess, will work just fine. I actually do work a lot with real world height maps. I use a program called Microdem. I don't know if you've heard of it. Right here. This will get you some really cool height maps. I'm not going to go through using this right now, but you can get height map data out of Microdem. I recommend it. I probably haven't updated it in a while. They might have updates. But yeah, I do use real world data quite a bit as well. And I would say I probably do Scratch with references maybe 70% of the time, and then the last 30% is probably real world stuff, but that's still quite a bit. So that, even though 30% is small compared to 70%, that is still, I mean, that if I work on 10 projects, 3 of those are going to be using real world data, and so if I work on a lot of projects, obviously that's just going to build up over time. Oh, you've been watching vids for a while, huh? When did you start? Did you start back in like the View days, or did you kick in when I was doing World Machine stuff mostly, or what? So I've been making videos for a long time, so it'd be interesting to know how long you've been around. I do like long-term fans, that's for sure. I went on a hiatus there for a while because I had a kid, so I actually didn't make videos for like almost 3 years. But I had a kid, and it's my first kid, so I didn't know what I was doing. I don't think anybody knows what they're doing when they have their first kid, but I didn't make videos for a while because of that, but I'm trying to pick it back up, and a lot of people stuck around. So if you have been around for a while, wow. I get lost for words, so I don't want to. Just know that I appreciate it. There we go. I'm actually interested to see if anybody's been using the live stream chat. I don't think they have been. So if you are part of the Discord that I put together, You can use the live stream chat here, and I prefer this over YouTube chat, but I know not a lot of people or everybody has Discord, so I'll keep an eye on both, but I don't think anybody's going to be really using that one all that much until maybe if the community gets a little bit larger. Just before Geoglyph. Oh, okay, so that's still been a pretty long time. I remember that's how Dax actually found me to actually get into helping him design. I didn't really help him develop, but as a artist, he wanted like artist feedback and what would be the best way to develop Gaea to be artistic friendly. It's because he found my Geoglyph videos. And the reason why I got Geoglyph, this is probably going to be a tangent as well. I apologize, but I do like stories and I will tell stories all day. How I found Geoglyph is I was actually getting really tired of World Machine macros. I was making my own macros to do things that I often do every day. And I got tired of macros that were just not functioning very well, or just were a big pain. You have this big massive node graph to do one thing, and I got tired of doing that. And Dax had released Geoglyph and had included one node that I wanted. I only wanted one node, so I bought Geoglyph for one node, and it was the it was an erosion node. Man, I can't remember the name of it. I have very terrible memory. If I don't use something for like a year, I can't remember like minor things like names. So it was a erosion node that essentially took your erosion map, and you use this node to combine it with your original erosion node, and it would displace the erosion to make it more realistic. So, God, now I wish I can remember what it is. Hopefully you know what I'm talking about. I know what the icon looks like. The icon is like this black, like lava stone, and it has these grooves being cut through it. It's actually a really cool icon. But yeah, you just use that, and if you use that and combined it with your original erosion node, it would displace that erosion while still following the natural contours of your landscape. And it improved World Machine's erosion drastically. And I was doing stuff to do that to begin with, but it was always a pain in the butt because you would have your erosion node, and then to kind of warp your erosion and make it more realistic, you would have to throw in like Perlin noise and Voronoi, and you'd have to map them together and then mask it, and it was just a big pain in the butt. Dax managed to do it with one node, and that one node might be a very chaotic mess of nodes underneath it because it's a macro, but that one node is what I bought Geoglyph for. But then I just absolutely loved Geoglyph with everything else that I had, so I stuck with it. And then he found me on YouTube actually and commented on a video, on one of the Geoglyph videos, and then asked me for contact information, and then that's how I got into using Gaea. Gaea wasn't even around yet. They had the plans for it, and they had the ideas for it, but they wanted to get people together to essentially help build it out. So I've been around since like, I don't want to say since day one with Gaea, but I've been around since essentially the start. So I've been using Gaea for a while. And this is what you're seeing now in Gaea has been a combination of like Dax and his team and maybe 6 or 7 other artists that were like, this is what we want to see. We want things broken down in easily digestible sections. We don't want convoluted messes. We don't want anything that is not needed. And they're like, okay. And they took off with it, and this is what we have now. So everything, as you can see here, is broken down into nice, simple sections, and they are color coded and all that fun stuff. And yeah, it's great. I quite like it. So I'm going on a tangent that is way too long. All right, build. So we have our color real final, landscape final, and normal. So the only thing here that we want to be TIFF is this landscape. So we're just going to make the color PNG and our normal map PNG. And just for expediency, I'm going to export it as a 2K. That I've also been building it out at 2K this entire time. So we should just be able to go with the cached version if all things work out. We're going to do proportional. I hope I don't open up to something I'm not supposed to show you guys. I always am tempted to just block things because there's stuff on my computer that is NDA, and oftentimes my Explorer will open up into something that's NDA, and I always dread that's going to happen whenever I do something like that. All right, so let's start the build, and yes, let's do the preview cache so we don't have to wait. There we go. All right, so that's what we have. Let's open up Cinema 4D, and we have it open here. So let's go and add. One thing that I have noticed, actually, I know in a lot of my videos I use a plane and a displacer, but oftentimes if you're left with like a lot of excess landscape that you don't need around your mountains, instead of using a plane, use a disc, because the disc will cut off your landscape around the edges like this, especially for like mountains. If you have mountains that you want to bring in that are going to be in the background, instead of just using the plane, just use the disc. And the disc has the same options. You can increase and decrease the segments to 1,000, so you can get a really high detailed displacement. So I haven't mentioned that in my other videos, even though I do that often, and it's something that I've been wanting to tell people to do if they just haven't thought about it, but then I don't think about it, and then I don't do it. So now I've done it. I've officially done it. If you don't need a full plane, just use the disc. The disc works really well. But in this case, we want the plane. Alrighty, so we want the right scale here. So the scale is 5,000 meters, but that is really large, especially for Octane. But we'll try to get away with it. Do huge. It won't be bad to actually work on a large landscape, especially in Octane. Octane can quite easily just displace this and render it out, and the harder part comes with how many scatter objects I'm going to need, as well as the volume, the Octane volume here for volumetrics. We can use the medium in the Octane Sun, but that doesn't provide the same kind of look. Oh, you're using the Discord chat. Ooh. Let's go take a gander. Pookie the Polak. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, the name is, it's like Geo something. Man, it's gonna be stuck on my head. And when I go on tangents and I forget something, I will be stuck on it forever. I got stuck on trying to find the terrain definitions in a live stream like a few weeks ago, and it bothered me until I figured it out. Yeah, that's actually when it comes to the node preview image. I have actually talked to Dax about that. I don't want to promise you anything. He said that it's actually something that might be worth looking into. So I don't know if that's something I should have mentioned. I don't think it is, because if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But if it happens, well, now you know that it could happen. But yeah, that's something that might make a comeback. I actually really enjoyed that about Geoglyph as well. It was really freaking sweet. I like those previews. Yes, that's the effect I want. Hover over it, see what it is. Yep, that's what I want. So it was really great. But the nice thing about Gaea, and this is coming from artists, is everything is pretty well named, in my opinion. What the name is what the node does, essentially. So when it comes to like displace, well, yeah, that displaces whatever you have. A warp, that warps whatever you have. So the dewarp, displacement warp, does whatever, or directional warp, sorry, warps it in a certain direction. So yeah, they are named wisely, I would say. Some of them are kind of weird, but for the most part, most of them are wisely named, in my opinion. I'm gonna have to find a way to get the Discord chat over here as well as the YouTube chat. What I need is a second monitor. I only have one monitor, and it's an ultra wide. It should be fine, but it's one of those lower resolution, like early ultra wides, I guess, where they were cool for the time, but it's still low resolution. I would like a 4K one. I think that would be perfect. If I can get a 4K ultra wide, I probably wouldn't have to upgrade my monitor for a really long time. In 2020, artists don't read. And you're a visual person. Yeah, I'm a visual person too. I'm very visual. I will remember faces before I remember a person's name. So I totally agree. And artists, yeah, it's like what we were talking about earlier. Artists just want to art. They don't want to read. They don't want to like try to diagnose some mathematical algorithm to get something right. They just want to get in, do their job, and get out. So I agree. You have my full support on that. No arguments from me. Let's move that down and over. I hit this so it doesn't break itself. There we go. I think that might do. And then what we have to do is just increase the height here. So 125 is obviously not going to be enough since we have such a large plane, 5,000 meters. We also have to increase our width. So oops. If there's one thing I wish we could do inside of Cinema 4D is increase this past 1,000, or at least have a option in the subdivision surface here that won't break Cinema 4D anytime you use it for something like this. But I'm pretty sure there are better ways to go about this process than what I'm doing, but this has worked for me for years, and anything else that I have seen is done almost exactly the same, so I just kind of stuck with it. 500 is not enough. This is 5,000, so we can probably go higher, probably 1,200. That looks almost right. Mountains are a bit small. Let's go up to maybe 1,500. So technically, what it should be is 2,000 because the scale is 2,000 inside of Gaea. But that also depends on your output. I'm using TIFF 16. This looks pretty close, but yeah, it depends on the export. I use proportional, and it also depends on whether or not the program you're using is going to work well. So, but that looks about right, so I'm going to stick with that. Hey Aaron, how you doing? I'm trying to bounce back and forth between the Discord and the YouTube chat, so if you chimed in and it's been a while, I apologize. Oh, nice. Welcome to Gaea. World Creator is awesome. I will give you props for using it. Yeah, like I'm not gonna say, yeah, come to the dark side or come to the light side or whatever. World Creator is awesome as well, but Gaea is definitely, in my opinion, where it's at. World Creator is great. It's a nice little layer system, but Gaea gives you the best of both worlds, as well as, in my opinion, a lot better control over a lot of things and a lot less clunky controls and stuff like that. So it's definitely more of a minimalistic but extremely powerful program. I guess that's how I would say it, is that it's minimalistic in the fact that there isn't a bunch of menus and sliders and stuff like that, and it's just nice to use. So there is that. I'm gonna go ahead and convert this to a object. because I absolutely hate that the access point is not in the middle of my landscape. So got to move it down. Yeah, about right. There ought to do it. Alrighty, turn that off. Oh, I'm totally biased when it comes to UE4 and Unity. I used Unity back when it was still a web-based like game engine, essentially. Like, that might not be the best way to describe it, actually. Let me take a step back. Unity was a long time ago. I remember playing a game made in Unity on the web, like on a web browser, but you can actually develop for it in your web browser. And that was like a long time ago. It's I actually don't really like Unity that much. I much prefer UE4 over Unity, but the reason why I'm not biased with World Creator is because I actually truly really like World Creator too. I just think Gaea is better in more ways than one for making landscapes. So maybe you guys can correct me on that if it was actually a web-based anything. I remember plucking around in Unity before it was like released as a game engine. So I don't know. I could be getting my T's and I's crossed and dotted wrong. Both use Gaea on other projects. Pros and cons, but super fun. Yeah. Yeah, there are cons to Gaea. It's a new program still being developed, and there are quite a few small little bugs, or big bugs, depending on what you're doing. Especially if you're using Unreal Engine and you want to use tiled builds and you can't. Yeah, it was about 8 or 9 years ago. Yeah, it was a while ago when using Unity back in those days. It was quite a long time ago. And like I said, I do a lot of like early build testing and stuff like that for different companies, and I just happen to find myself in them. I don't even go out to look for these opportunities. They just find me somehow. And why am I not using these? I am an idiot sometimes. They find me and they give me an offer and I just accept it. So it's and a lot sometimes I accept it with like no pay. So maybe that makes me more of an idiot. I don't know. Look at that fine control we have over that river now. We can get it right up there. So we can get it about right there. Or even lower. If we want it to be even shorter, so we have more of an edge, like a cliff, we can do that. Yeah, it's a pretty decent workaround, actually. Going back to making landscapes in Unreal Engine 4, like I said, I haven't used it in a long time, so I haven't had to worry about tiled builds, but that is a pretty genius way to work around that little that inconvenience with Gaea. The nice thing is that it's a small team that works on Gaea. There's not a whole lot of people on Dax's team. I think it's like 4 people, or give or take. They have a lot of people that is developing certain nodes and functions in Gaea for them, like upon request or something like that. I don't want to give too much stuff away or get something wrong, but they're not a very large team, and so the fact that Gaea has grown as much as it has just shows how dedicated they are. That's another thing I really like. I'm not saying the developers at World Creator who develop World Creator aren't dedicated. They definitely are, but most definitely appreciate small dev teams that put their heart and soul into the project and product that they're making, and are also as engaged in the community as Quad Spinner is. Oh yeah. back in the day when I was playing around with Unreal Engine quite a bit, this actually helped me land a contractor job where I was just a consultant for a company. The company is called North Powder. They are a local Utah company, but they actually found this video that I made where I imported the entire state of Utah, which is where I live, into Unreal Engine in real world scale. So they were like, that was pretty awesome. We want you to be a consultant for some of our artists here to help them understand how to use World Machine, which is what I used to do it. And I was like, well, you're going to want to use tiled builds and all that fun jazz. And they got it. They got whatever it is that they were working on done, and it looked amazing. I'm still under NDA for that, but what they made was awesome. It looked really good. Yeah, speed versus accuracy. That is one thing that I really appreciate about World Creator, is that it's done on the GPU. Everything is GPU based, and I use Octane, so I'm a huge fan of GPU building and rendering and all that. I come from Vue, and so I have spent literally hours of my life, or even days of my life, waiting for a single render, and I hate that, which is why I don't use a lot of CPU based renderers except for Corona. Corona is actually pretty good. Dax introduced me to Corona, so I can appreciate Corona. My Corona. Drakeling Labs. I don't think I've heard of them. Do they have a website? Drakeling's forum. Drakeling Labs Trello. Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, Gaea is not perfectly optimized by any means, but its build speeds are pretty good, especially compared to, I want to say the majority of the nodes are a lot faster than the versions that nobody in the public has used. So I have an actual benchmark scene. I don't want to pull it up right now because it would actually take a while to load. But I have a benchmark scene that I made back in like the very early development days of Gaea. And back then, it took about 2 hours at about 8K, 2 or 3 hours at 8K to build. That same scene now in current Gaea takes like 4 or 5 minutes. So they definitely have optimized quite a few things since then. Blue Drake 42. Blue Drake 42. Attack helicopters. Oh, okay. Is that like a... See this.
What's up, everybody?
Whoa.
It is...
He owns the company. Okay. Drakeling Labs and Drakeling's community. All right. Oh my gosh, my nose is itchy and it won't stop itching. Castle map. So all of this stuff you work on, huh? My the CPU I have is a Threadripper. It's a 1950X. So it's the first generation Threadrippers, but man, it is still a beast. I do want to upgrade to the third generation, but I think the fourth gen is actually coming out soon, and you'll actually be shooting yourself in the foot getting the third gen Threadripper. It's like a 3990X or something like that. I can't remember the actual model number, but you can get the AM4 Ryzen, like the highest, like the higher end GPU or CPU. That's just the AM4 version that they have. rather than the TR4 or whatever. And it actually outperforms the 3rd gen like Threadripper that is the higher end Threadripper. I hope I said that smartly. But you'd be shooting yourself in the foot, but they actually killed their Threadripper product for their 3rd gen with that CPU, in my opinion. Oh, you're fine, dude. I am always interested in seeing what you guys are working on, and if anybody wants to share what they work on, you can join the Discord, put it there. And I love looking and seeing what you guys work on and what you're creating. I'm all down for that. Oh yeah, 3900. They have like a 3900X or something like that. It's an AM4. I think that's the Ryzen. It's a Ryzen chip. I just spelled that wrong. My keyboard is freaking out. Yeah, it's a Ryzen 9 3900X. I think this is the one I was talking about. When it comes to price, the performance to price ratio, the higher end of this GPU or CPU, I keep wanting to say GPU, I don't know why. 24 threads, yeah, 12 cores. So it's not this exact one. The one I'm thinking of is, I think it's a 32 core processor. Oh, yeah, let me get you the Discord link. I have it in the chat further up, but I will copy it and paste it for you. You can use the Discord for pretty much anything. I actually want to start using it for the live stream chats. I think it fits better on my monitor than the YouTube one. The YouTube one actually cuts off your guys' comments because I have to squish it all the way to the edge. So I have to scroll to see what you guys are saying, and the Discord one I don't have to do that. So eventually I would like to move the chat all the way to the Discord and take the chat there, but for the time being, I can do both. I'm not. You guys are talking and asking questions and having a good time, I hope. So yeah, this is an AM4 one, so you can actually just pretty much use any AM4 motherboard, which is a hell of a lot cheaper than your TR4 or whatever that socket is. And you actually get, for the price to performance ratio, is so much higher on these 3rd generation Ryzen CPUs. Oh my god, CPUs. I keep saying GPUs. I want to find the one that I'm thinking of though. It's this one right here. I'm pretty sure of it. It's up to 16 cores, so you're going to do the 16 core one. Warfare 1944. Oh, nice. OHD core. Oh yeah, making and playing are two different things. And I do like some first-person shooters. I really did like Battlefield 1942. That was a fun one. I played some of that on the PlayStation 3 a long time ago. It was great. I did love it. And I do really like the new Doom games. So both of them. I've played both. They are really good. This is the one, the 3950X. So if you get the 3950X, you'll be doing yourself, I mean, whatever is in your price range. But this one right here, you'll be doing yourself a whole lot of favors if you get this one. And if you go to the Threadripper, the unfortunate thing between, and this is where I say they shot themselves in the foot, is that chip is, oh my gosh, how did I get there? Processors, desktop. Take me to where I need to go. Consumer processor. Oh, we'll just do this. Okay, so 16 cores. It's a cheaper CPU, first of all. The higher end of the Ryzen 9 3rd gen is already a cheaper CPU. You get a cheaper motherboard as well. And if you get if you go to the Threadripper, so let's go to the Threadripper here, it actually will outperform the 16 core Threadripper right here, right there, the 2950X, as well as the 3960. At least in the benchmarks that I was watching, that 16-core processor outperforms the 3960X. So they've essentially killed 1, 2, 3, 4 of their processors with one CPU that is a lot less expensive. So take it as you will. That's just what I have seen personally. It could have just, I mean, obviously there could have been some differences and variations in benchmarkings and whatnot, but oh dude, I have the 1950X, which is the first gen of the Threadripper, and it's still kicking ass to this day. I probably won't be upgrading it maybe for another 2 or 3 years, and I've had it for about 2 years. So it'll last about 6 years. It'll last you longer too. I don't want to guarantee that, but if you go with the 39 whatever the Ryzen one was, I've already forgotten. That just tells you how bad my memory is sometimes. That, and I just get numbers mixed up easily anyways. I'm just not good with numbers often. Yeah, the 3950X. The 3950X, I want to say, will probably last you about that 7-year mark. It might even last you longer. So CPUs are not increasing in performance as fast as GPUs. Like if you were to look at the time span of the last decade on CPUs and GPUs, CPUs have like had minor increases despite having more threads or more cores and threads added to them, but GPUs have had like this huge upward swing. The only drawback to GPUs is their massively limited memory. So we still have like the most amount of memory you can get on a like prosumer kind of card is on the 2080 Ti, which is only 11 gigs. So you don't have a whole lot of memory there to work with, but my god, you can create whatever you want super quick. Anyway, there's a tangent. Few Gaea things in there. Scrolling up seems like it's a yeah, dude. It's still growing. It's new, so there aren't a whole lot of people there. But the people who are there are awesome, and they'll share when they can. Everybody has jobs they have to do, so not everybody can just post every day and share stuff. But yeah, welcome to the Discord, and if you have anybody else who's interested, or if you want to share it out and get other people who use Gaea to join in, feel free. I'll go through the showcase and this hello right here. Essie posted this. I want to go through this because it looks like he has some really cool stuff in there. So I'll go through like your showcase and some general stuff here. And I'll do that after the stream though, because I want to build this out and continue going on. So 4 cores, 8 threads, and what I'm working with at the moment. Oh yeah, dude. Before I went to the 1950X, I was using the AMD 8350 BE. That was like their bulldozer CPU. That thing came out in 2010 or 11. Or maybe 12, somewhere around there. And I had that CPU up until maybe 2 years ago. So I totally know the pain. And I had 4 cores, but I don't think I even had 8 threads on that CPU. Maybe I did. I can't remember. But I know I had 4 cores, and it was the black edition. It came overclocked out of factory. Past the already higher clock speed of that GPU. That was the higher end of that GPU. And then I felt like an idiot because like 2 months later, they came out with a new line. They released like a 6 core, and it would have been so much better for me, but whatever. You live and learn. So we have our coloring going on. Nice. That plane will be our water. sooner or later. We have our variations in our color. So right here, this is where I like to add the bump. And I'm just going to use a regular noise. And yeah, and Aaron, if you want to ask questions or request tutorials or anything like that, feel free. You can post as much as you want. I don't have a post limit, so the only thing I do ask is for you to read the rules, the PWN rules section, because I just want I don't plan on ever trying to enforce them, but if people read them and just understand them, then that just makes my life easier, because I don't want to be spending my time moderating. I want to be spending my time engaging. So oh geez, dude, that is an ancient CPU. 2nd gen i7. Do I remember when the i7 came out? Like the 1st gen. And even the 1st gen i7 was, at least in my opinion, was still kind of underwhelming. I don't know how it compares to the 2nd gen. Obviously, if it's the 2nd gen, they probably made some changes to make it better, but I personally have just been kind of underwhelmed by Intel's offerings as of late. Heck yeah, man. Thank you, Aaron. I do try my best. I try to engage in the my own Discord with you guys, as well as tutorials and live streams and the Facebook group. So if you're not a part of the Gaea Facebook group, the official one, I recommend joining that. There are a lot of smart and talented people in there that will lead you in the right direction, anything Gaea related. I don't have enough things to say, or I have too many things to say about that group. There's just a bunch of fine people in there. I really do love it. Really good group. Ooh, we're just gonna play with the lighting here and see what we get. I'm thinking like maybe right there. That looks pretty good. I like that draw distance. You can really see the variations in the color. That looks really good, in my opinion. May not be perfect, but it's there. So here comes the specular. Let's go ahead and apply that. Now we got our little water surface there. I like how you can see down into it still, but we will fix that. We don't want it. If I were to do this right, I would use a box. I would use a very like a thin cube that just kind of takes up the space of the overall area. So maybe I can go back here, and instead of using a plane, which that'll work, but I think a cube might be a little bit better for depth. Oh yeah, I don't use Facebook often, and unfortunately a lot of people have tried to contact me on Facebook, and I've missed their messages and requests and stuff, and I messaged them back, and I felt really bad because obviously I want to answer them and help them or take an offer or something, but I just don't use Facebook enough to really use that as a way to, for myself anyways, to be grabbed as a talent. I'm always looking for ways to start doing this more on the daily rather than just on the weekends, because I would much rather do this than do the job that I currently have. I can't complain about my job. I love my job, but I would much rather do this every day than what I'm currently doing. But yeah, I've been found on Facebook a few times, but I just was not on it often enough to accept things, and kind of sucks for me. That's my own fault. I can't blame anyone else but myself. Why am I doing this manually again? Jeez. Whoa. That's right. This is a cube. We're going to be proportional here. I don't care if it goes over. I would rather have it line up perfectly, but I don't really care. Let's increase that ray epsilon a bit, eh? There we go. And just to give this some depth, we are actually, it looks like it's already good. Increase this a bit more right there, maybe. Just going to encompass that and just enough to hide this plane. Maybe about right there. Oop, too much. Right there, maybe. That might do it. Oops. So that, when we apply our material to it, will give it some depth. So let's apply that. There we go. And I think we're gonna just remove that plane altogether. I like to keep all my objects together and appropriately named. So we're gonna call this water. And from here, since it's a cube and it has some volume and some dimension to it, we can actually go into the material now and we can add a some medium, and we're gonna do, probably could do scattering. Let's stick with scattering. And then absorption, we're just going to add a RGB spectrum, all white for now. We'll come back to that if we need to and change it, and we most likely will. And also for the scattering, we will make all white as well. Just some very basic default stuff here. And then we can change the density so we can see what we're getting. And if we change the volume step length, they actually, in older versions of Octane, I noticed this didn't really do much of anything, but now it does. So we can decrease the volume step length, and our density, even though it's low density, it's still providing much more data in the volume there, so it's darker, I guess. In this case it will be. And if we increase it, it's going to get lighter and more transparent. So we got to find a good mixture between the two, and I'm thinking maybe right there. And you know what would be a smart thing to do inside of Gaea for this? What you can do, I didn't do it, but what you can do is for this river, use the river mask that you made and apply this erosion. The erosion is hydro, right there. Apply that using this mask right here. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I just want to do it for the mask. There we go. Like that. And then you would take this and plug it into the displace. There we go. And then what that'll do is it'll apply this hydro erosion to the river area, and it'll actually make it smooth, and you can blur the underwater features and all of that fun stuff. You can also use, instead, you can use hydro, but you can also use alluvium. Alluvium will work for like underwater mud, but mostly hydro. Hydro is going to be a good one. So rivers and ancient seabeds. So you can do that. That's a good thing to do. So you can blur and kind of erode those features underwater. So if you had like an aerial shot, it didn't look like a solid piece of landscape under there. You would want it to be more blurred. Okay, so let's change the colors here. We're going to take out all the red and some of the green, but we don't want it too blue. Maybe not all the red. Maybe that. I don't think we want to do it on absorption either. I get really dumb I know how to do this because I've done it a billion times, but I get really dumb when it comes to the medium inside of Octane. I'm like, oh, it's going to be on the absorption, and then I start changing it, and it's not. It's on the scattering. I'm just an idiot sometimes. So just want a slightly more blue color, but not by much. Just enough where if we look above right here, we get a little bit of a blue color. That's all we really want. We don't need to change it too much. Okay. And then the phase, obviously this is going to affect whether the volume or the medium is going to take in more light or it's going to scatter more light. So if it's going to scatter more light, it's going to affect it closer to the sun or further away from the sun. So if at 0, really close right here away from the sun, like close to the camera but away from the sun, the actual medium in itself is going to be affected the same throughout the entire thing. But if we move it closer, like 0.8, that's going to make it so it is appearing more towards the sun. So if we were to look at it at an angle, you see how it breaks up, and as it gets closer to where the light is the strongest, are you guys still there? If you guys are able to get the chat and the video back, I'm sorry. My internet just kind of crapped itself there for a second. So hopefully it's back and you guys can hear me. I see some of you may have dropped off. But if you come back or whatever, I'm still going. I did not want to I didn't want to disconnect there for any reason other than, you know, my internet's being dumb. So all right. Anyways, we have the light being scattered more towards the sunlight now, and then if we were to decrease the phase, it would be scattered more throughout the entirety of the object onto the other end away from the sun. So to break it down, that's probably the easiest way for me to put it. Okay, cool. Back. All right. You can hear me, right? I'm pretty sure that I'm getting some timeouts on my actual Ethernet line, because it happens. It doesn't happen often, but it happens, you know, once or twice, maybe 3 times a week, and it's usually when I have high traffic CPU wise. So I'm probably gonna have to rerun my Ethernet cable. I ran it and terminated it myself, and that was a couple years ago, and the actual RJ45 is coming out, or I guess the sleeve of the Ethernet cable is coming out from the RJ45, and I'm pretty sure that's causing some errors on my line. The reason why I think that is because I thought it was just my motherboard, because I had on motherboard networking, and it was having that problem. But I installed a separate Ethernet card in my computer, and it's still doing it. So I'm pretty sure it's the cable at this point. Let's increase the roughness just a tad bit. That might be too much. Maybe that much. And then for the actual detail in the river, we're just going to add a bump. And the bump will be a turbulence, like that. This turbulence actually is a lot larger detail than the different turbulence in the Octane noise. So if this doesn't work out the way I want, we're just gonna switch it up. And the scale, decrease that actually. Decrease that. To get a better look, we're going to use path tracing. And for anything specular material wise, you're going to have to give it a few more, I guess a few more samples for it to kind of do its thing. So But the river is looking turbulent. Like I said, I am not the best at making water materials in Octane. I rarely use water for anything, and when I do, it's usually really distant, and all I need is a little bit of reflectivity. But that's yeah, most definitely something that I am not perfect at. And if I increase the roughness of this, it should there should be some anisotropy going across the river ripples. That will look good, I guess. I probably sound like a moron half the time when I'm trying to explain things on the fly. Let's see if we can get more interesting lighting. I do like that. That brings out like the river details a bit more. That lighting's pretty cool. Probably want to decrease the omega just a tad bit. No. I think we increase the omega. We're going to use like 0.6 here. And then we'll kind of play with the octaves here until we find something we really like. Maybe max octaves and low omega might work. Nah. We're gonna change so I want these to appear in some areas and not all across the cube that I have. So increasing the gamma will do that, as you can see here. Now it's not appearing everywhere, but now you can really tell where the ripples are. So this is where we can decrease the omega just so we have a little bit of detail come through, but not much. It's just a fine game of tweaking at this point. We don't want it to be completely flat, I suppose. But we will be fine with just small amounts of detail here and there. Doesn't have to be perfect with this. The showcase is essentially done. At this point, I just want to finish it. So I'll stick to, since it's mostly you two, I'll stick to the Discord chat. I'll go back and check the YouTube chat every now and then, but I'll stick to the Discord chat for now. It's mostly just you two anyways, and you guys are using the Discord chat, which is what I prefer. So thank you. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna change the material of the landscape real quick. I need that bump to appear more so at higher elevations. A good way to do that is to decrease the omega so that you can see the bump coming through. It's not so finely detailed. And you can just play with it a bit until you get what you like. And I think with this we can actually increase it all the way to 16. It's just going to be mostly playing with the omega as well as the gamma and contrast here. So again, you can increase the gamma and the contrast, and that'll just kind of help randomize the noise a little bit so it appears in different areas, and you have like some noisy parts and then not so noisy parts. And I realized with this material, we can go back to Gaea. When I imported it, it's not blending how I would like it to blend overall with these patches, but I'm not going to really worry about it a lot right now. But you can go back into Gaea, play with those blurs that you have that kind of blurs all that stuff together, and then you'll be good. You'll be golden. We can throw some mountains out in the background too. That will be something that we can eventually do. Let's go back to the daylight here. I'm just trying to find some interesting lighting situations. And with that lighting change, we actually have to, I'm going to try a different bump real quick. So instead of using the turbulence option, we're going to throw the noise in. And then in here, we're just going to use turbulence. There we go. I think that one worked out a little bit better. And to see it, we just have to bring our sun in. Yeah, we might have to adjust that a little bit more, but I think that worked out better than the actual turbulence option. There we go. I like that quite a bit, actually. Quite a bit more. Increase the octaves. I'm looking right here, and what I'm imagining is like some white water small rapids. And as long as those don't look terrible, and the smaller details out here don't look terrible, I think we can get away with that. I think that looks pretty good. Not perfect, but it looks good. All right. So this is the tricky part. I'm pretty sure that my computer is going to crap itself. It's not going to crap itself because it can't process it, but because I'm using Octane, it's going to be a little bit harder for Octane to handle all of the trees and everything that I got to scatter on it. So I know there are better ways to do this, and if this was like a project I was working on for like a company or a contract or something, I would do it in smaller sections, and I would take them out and I would put them into a compositing app, and then I would composite them together, all that stuff. So I know there are better ways to do it, but we are going to do it this way for the sake of expediency. I'm just going to play around with this until I find a bump that I'm satisfied with a little bit. There. All right, I think that'll do. The lighting is also a little bit wonky. It's kind of dark in the sunlight, so we're just gonna increase the sun intensity, bring out some of that light. Maybe about right there. I think that looks pretty decent. Not perfect by any means, but it looks all right. I've probably said that a few times already. You guys are getting sick of hearing it. Okay, so the actual material here real quick. Let's play with the roughness a little bit more. We need to have a little bit of roughness, but we don't need as much as I had, because that changing that noise from the turbulence that I was using to what I'm using now, that works a lot better now. So the bump looks good. What was I going to change here? I just totally forgot what I was going to change. Let's actually put zero there. We're going to make this really small. I want to have a little bit, but not a whole lot. Maybe about right there. I think that'll do. Oh, I remember now. All right, I'm going to go to medium, and we're going to play with this. And I think the best option will be to put it at 0.8. But I also want to kind of play around with everything here. So we're gonna do some tricky business. We're gonna do that, and we're gonna do like that. So we have like these two really kind of shallow blue colors. Or actually, we can get more specific and we can do something like maybe this. and then we can just really desaturate it like that. There you go. Now you have some dirty desaturated water. And then the absorption can be something like that. There we go. That's probably hard for you to see, but I just essentially copied the color from the eyedrop because the eyedrop color palette that they use in Cinema 4D actually goes pretty well with this. So that's all I did. It might have been hard to see, but yeah, that's all it was. And then we're just gonna make it not that dark, I guess, not that dense. We do want it dense, but we want to be able to see some light coming through. And then we just play with the volume step length until we find what we like in terms of that. And I think that's going to be about it right there. All right. I think the water itself is good. So let's save it in case things crap itself. And if my computer freezes while we're doing this stream, I do apologize. I'm not trying to tell you guys to go screw off or anything, but it most definitely is a possibility. All right. This camera, what do we have here? That's what we had before. Okay, that's not too bad still. But we're gonna go here. Okay. So in here we want to use the plane for the octane scatter, and then we want to put it on the surface. And we're going to use 100,000 trees just to get going. This is such a large landscape that the trees are going to be super tiny, but the actual height of it, let me rephrase that. The base is really large, but the height values for the mountains and whatnot are actually quite small. So the trees might still be rather large when we scatter them around, and we might need to adjust the size of them. So hopefully that makes sense. We're going to take this normal line and we're going to drop it to about there. I don't want to go all the way down because some trees do stick out at slight angles. And when we change the normal line, that will make it so when they are on slopes or surfaces that are not flat, that they actually stick straight up and down on those surfaces rather than poking out at their normals, the normal values that they have. So that fixes that. That's essentially what it does. And then for the tree, I like this the Norway pine and the noble fir. And the reason why I like them is because they're both different types of trees. This is a fir tree, obviously, but this is a leafy tree. But they share similar shapes, but they don't share similar colors. This one's lighter, this one's darker. So I like putting them together, and then they kind of make this really cool mixture. But we're going to do that in a minute. But for now, we're going to include some materials here. We're going to do summer octane materials. We're going to add the materials to the tree. And then this tree will go down here. Or there. There we go. So now they'll be scattered, as you can see here. The cool thing about if you guys don't use, if anybody here use Cinema 4D and don't use Forester, I recommend buying it and getting their expansion packs as well, because their trees are great, first of all, but they also include these scattering tools that I don't use because I wanted it mostly for the plants, not the scattering tools, because I actually like Octane Scatter quite a bit, especially in recent Octane development. It's the cloner is what you would use, the multi-cloner, and it's nice. It does everything you need. It does it. You can scatter based on height and slope and materials and masks, all that fun stuff. Really easy. But I like Octane because it's faster. It produces results faster. Even though the multi-cloner is compatible with Octane, it doesn't take as long for Octane Scatter to process what you're trying to scatter. That's what I'm trying to say. The multi-cloner will take like, depending on how many things you're trying to scatter, will take like anywhere between 10 to 30 seconds to compute what you're doing, and Octane just does it on the fly. So I just stick with that for most things, unless I have to be extremely picky. All right, so with Octane, we are going to go into the normal threshold, and we're just going to drop this to about 35 degrees. I think that might be a good one. And what that'll do is that'll just make the trees grow at just this angle, 35 degrees. Oh yeah, I actually own SpeedTree Cinema 8. I don't use it often anymore. I don't know if they have like a newer version out now or not, or newer updates. I actually haven't used it in a while. The reason why I have it is because going back to when I was talking about working with North Powder, I had bought what was it? I had just recently bought View, the new release of View. I think then it was like View 2018 or something like that. I have to go back and look. But I had just purchased a subscription to View. And View, at that time, you had Plant Factory that came with it, but I actually didn't like Plant Factory, even though, going back another story, I had actually helped test Plant Factory as well, going all the way back to when they first released it. So I was an early adopter of that, but I actually didn't like Plant Factory and the way it turned out, and so I went back to SpeedTree, which I had a license for SpeedTree 7. So, but I actually haven't used it. I know that's a lot of money, but at the time I was making a lot more money. So, oh, they have a photogrammetry option, huh? Nice. I can possibly look into it. I actually don't have a whole lot of money to be spending on software now, but you guys are definitely making that more and more worthwhile, though. Being able to justify going through and purchasing software to go put together stuff and make cool things. You guys are definitely making it worthwhile to do that. You have me thinking all the time. So, but yeah, that's how that turned out. So we are going to randomize the size and the rotation of this plant. If I use one model, we should be able to get fine just for visualization purposes. But we are going to use a noise to change the position. So, and we could do that based on a shader right here. So let's add a noise. Maybe, I think it's this part right here. We have to at least have a value of 1. And let's increase the octaves a bit, maybe. Omega. No. I can't remember which one it is I do this in. I actually haven't done this in Octane Scatter in a long time. I don't think it's this one. We're going to clear that. I believe it might be position, but only on the X and the Z, but not the Y, because Cinema 4D is weird and Y axis is up instead of Z, which is what I was used to in View. We'll get into that a little bit later. For now, let's just go to MoGraph, Effectors, and Random. And in here, we're just going to throw in a scale. Absolute scale, and we're just going to scale them by 0.5, just enough to get some variation. We don't need it to be drastic. And rotation on the H, 500 degrees, so it just kind of spins things around once and then stops. That's spins things around once and then slightly spins it a little bit more and then stops. That's what I like. That's what I like it to do. Let me add that in there. Now we have some variation to our plants, all that fun stuff. All right, now this is where things might break. So we have to go to viewport levels and change that to 5 so I can see what Octane's seeing. And that will show our leaves coming in. Holy Crap. Now, the major problem here is obviously we're having it grow in the river. That is no bueno. We also need more variation in the size, I do believe. Let's do scale of 1. The issue I have with scaling that high is it's often too much, and then you have really big plants, and then you have really itty bitty baby plants, but they look like they're adult plants, and it looks dumb. So I don't usually like going that high. If you do a -1, you'll just kind of invert that, and instead of the plants that were tall, they're now small, and the plants that were small are now tall. So you didn't solve your problem. You just slightly changed it, but you still have a problem. So we're going to do small iterations here. 0.6. I think 0.5 was probably good. I'm not going to lie. Let's do 0.1. Actually, you know what? Let's just take this scale off and let's just see how tall they are by default. That'll be a good place to start. So the scaling actually isn't too bad in my opinion by default. This is a rather large scene, so let's add this back in, and we're gonna do maybe 0.2. For visualization purposes, it's not that bad. And are you talking about the addition of the photogrammetry inside of SpeedTree Cinema, Pookie? Or Austin, I suppose. Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. That if Chroma wants to chime in on that, that'd be great. I would like to know as well. Now we're just gonna maneuver around and see if it's growing in our river. It shouldn't be, because we've changed the angle to be 35 degrees. And down here, I'm not really too worried about it growing in the water down here, because it is. But I'm not too worried about that, because it's not even in our camera's view. So that water material turned out really good in my opinion. Especially at this angle. That looks great. I like that. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to pat myself on my back and I'm going to give myself a cookie. No, they're growing in the water. So that is no bueno. So to fix this, back to Gaea. We're going to take our shaper and we're going to mark for export. There we go. And then we're going to go through, oh, come on, don't do this to me. So can you take like inside of SpeedTree Cinema? What version is that, by the way? I want to know, because I can cross-reference that with the version I have, and then I might dig into that a little bit more. Nice. Because if we can take Megascans, I have some Bark Megascans. If we can take those and use them inside of SpeedTree, I would be all down with going back to SpeedTree for my tree assets, which I actually used quite a bit of back in the day before I had Forester. Don't want to mark that for export. We don't want to mark that for export. Or that. Just the shaper. Let's go back. Got the shaper. We just want that as a PNG8, 2048 proportional build. And yes. Version 8.4.2 is the latest. Okay. Yeah, oh, damn it. It's gonna crash. So I gotta save it, close it, reopen it, and then I have to rebuild everything up to the shaper. I think I have like version 8.1. something. Oh no, I'll open it and we'll check it out later. It's been a while since I've used it. See, this is why I like live streams and chats. Like, people send out information that is just great. Like, we all learn. So, I like it. I like it a lot. Part 1. Hopefully Theo watches this really long live stream and doesn't get irritated. He's probably going to want me to break it down, but I'll share the scene with him because I'm actually doing this by request for him. So I'll give him the Gaea file so he can see what I did. But hopefully he watches all of it and learned a thing or two, I suppose. I do plan on making just separate videos for it as well, but I figured it'd be fun to do a breakdown of it with you guys. Shaper build, and all that is the same. Let's go ahead and start build. Yes, please don't crash. Please don't crash. No, why did you crash? Okay, I'm gonna have to rebuild everything from scratch. Shame. No. Yeah, like we were just talking about, there are pros and cons to Gaea. That Gaea crashed error message is something that I've been getting since like day 1 as well. So it's definitely a thing that they're working on, but it's hard to track down because not everybody experiences it, and I don't have it often enough for it to be easily found and fixed. So every time it happens, and if I'm in a situation where I do try to share the Watson file. So I don't know if you guys know anything about it. You probably do, but Watson right here, I recommend using this anytime you have a Gaea crash. I do use the optional diagnostics. Holy crap, can't talk. I do throw that in there. I have no reason not to. And then you go through and builds out everything that happened, and you can email it straight to them, straight to support, Quad Spinner support. So I recommend doing that. If you don't, and if you know anybody who uses Gaea who doesn't do that, give them a swift slap on the wrist and a no, and then point them in the right direction. So right there. And for the funny thing is for a long time, because I've been using Gaea since the very beginning, everybody was using like a build that was owned by Dax. And so every time I used Watson, it had his email in here, and this was before you can change the email address. Yeah, that used to be a thing. You couldn't actually update the email address in here. It took it from the license file that you had to use to license it, and it would put in Dax's email right here instead. And then I would have to fill out like who it's from and what I found and whatnot, because it would just come in as Dax found an issue. This is the ticket that they submitted. And it was just kind of funny. One of those little things I get kind of giddy about because it was just hilarious. I would get like a message from Dax and he'd be like, "What'd I break now?" And I'd be like, "Good question." What did you break? But then I'd be serious, and then I would tell him exactly what broke. So okay, we're gonna throw the shaper in there. I think this is the one that we're gonna want. Say new, and then we want to go into this file because you see how it's really dark. We need to fix that, so we need to change the exposure. Change it to 2, maybe 1. 2 will work. So now the plants will grow where everything's white, and then they're not going to grow on my river. So, and that actually might help over here. I still don't care about over here because it's not going to be in the shot. Now, and they're still there. The reason why is because this is actually lower elevation, and the river is actually coming up over where the river's actually at. So, but I don't care either way for that one. I'm just gonna stick with this. There we go. And we also need much better lighting. What I like about this Forester object, at least with this expansion pack, is when it gives you the octane options for the materials. if you use just the regular tree library that comes with Forester, they don't automatically make the mix materials for you. And so your leaves are just really bland. They don't reflect light. They don't transmit light. But in the newer version, or at least their expansion packs, they included this inside of Forester. So they have these mixed materials, which actually, if you go into the node editor, they set it up with the diffuse, bump, opacity, and the transmission, as well as the glossy material. So everything is looking pretty good. And then obviously you have up to 3 different leaf materials. And so when you're looking out across your landscape, you don't have just one material applied to all the leaves. You have variation. So like this tree right here is lighter than the tree next to it, and so on and so forth, because the materials are different. That's really nice. I can certainly appreciate that. What I should do if I were smart is I would go back into Gaea and I would do a height selection, a slope selection based on height. That way I select everything from the ground up to at least some point on a mountain, like this slope right here, so that the trees grow on natural slopes and I have jutting mountains. But in this case, they could just be rather large hills and they're just surrounded with trees. I mean, that's a total viable natural option. You don't have to always have mountains jutting out. You can have hills. Yeah. More variety and best performance. Exactly. Yep. I think that's exactly what Forester is doing. I would have to go through and look. I can't actually tell you. But it is nice having multiple materials on. You don't even have to do that. Like, that is probably a better idea than doing like some color correction based on noise to get different variations of color. But you can actually do that per material as well. So you can take a material, copy it, put it into like a combine option. At least in Octane, you can use like a mix node, and then you can mix in certain variations of color per leaf based on noise and color correction. I mean, that's definitely an option, but you're using UE4, so it could be completely different. At least Octane has the option, so I want these materials to load. There we go. So we only have that one tree. I want to go back into Octane Scatter here and actually change the normal height here. So let's do 20 here. So we want to expose more of those slopes, I guess. And then these breakup areas right here, you can see how we have these breakup areas, because this, even though it looks really flat in Gaea, this landscape is actually not flat. So there is some noise variation to it, so you have these breakups in the plants and whatnot. I really like that river cutting through here. That looks really cool. Now, the only thing that would make this a ton better is adding rocks to, I'm pointing with my finger and you guys can't even see it because I'm an idiot. Adding rocks to the river bed, or the river bank, I suppose. I could actually probably do that, but I don't want to. It would really start slowing stuff down. What would be more important is figuring out how to add another plant here, but mix it up by noise. Like Zion's National Park, like what we were doing earlier in the stream. I really love Zion's National Park. It's so pretty. I love it. If you guys haven't been to Utah, you should come to Utah and then go to Zion's National Park. You will not waste your time. I guarantee it. So much to see there. So pretty. Oh, man. Come enjoy Utah. I will go with you. If you get with me and you come out to Utah, I will meet up with you and we can go to Zion's. We can go on a photography adventure. And I don't know if I stated it earlier in this stream, but I did in the first one I tried to do until I found out that my mic wasn't recording. I actually want to start doing like inspiration videos. So like if you go to the Discord, I have like an inspiration section. I actually want to start doing videos where I just record video footage and sound, hopefully without people's like interrupting it with talking and whatnot. But I want to start doing that so that people can get an idea of what nature sounds like without the hustle and bustle and like how it looks and all that. And I think that would really add some value to the channel. Because it not only will it help myself, I like to make these videos and tutorials because I like to go back and remind myself how to do something. So it's not only just to help you guys, but it's to help myself. And would really like to do that because then I can use it as my own inspiration. So. You'd photogrammetry Zions. Oh man, that would be, if you could figure out how to do that, dude. I would pay you. Seriously, like if you want to take a drone and go around one of the monuments there and just photo scan that, dude, I would be all on board with you on that. I'm not gonna lie, that would be cool. That'd be a fun trip, and I would meet up with you. Anybody here listening to this live stream, if you want to meet up, if you want to come to Utah and meet up, I will totally be on board with that. I will meet up with you and we can go do some fun stuff in Utah. It's a beautiful state. Or I can go to you. I'm not rich by any means and it might take me a while, but I could always go and meet up with you guys. So it'll just take me some time to save up money for a plane ticket. I mean, I could fly a plane, but that's almost just as expensive as just buying a ticket and flying commercial. Oh man, that'd be so cool. I would document that process. If you have the drone and you can do the LiDAR scans, man, I would document that and it would be like the trip that Austin and Dylan took and this is what they came up with kind of thing. And yeah, 3 to 4 hours. But here's the thing. In Utah, where I live, you're like less than 30 minutes away from good-looking environments. I can go up our canyon. We have a reservoir that is up a canyon that's like 5 minutes away from my house. And you can go up that reservoir and get away from everybody and everything, literally. And I live on the mountain benches in a city. So you can get a lot of cool looking stuff and it's only like 10 minutes away. Hell yeah, dude. Is that river looking all right? I'm working on these trees still, but if that river's looking fine, I might not focus on that anymore. I focus on the trees. Oh, heck yeah, dude. Class 5 rapids. That'll be a fun time to go down. I wouldn't do it on a tube, though. I'm not an expert in, like, rapid terminology or whatever, but I know class 5 can get kind of hectic, if I'm remembering correctly. I think what I'm going to do, just real quick, just to test, is I'm going to play with the roughness of that river real quick. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. No, that's too much. I knew I wanted just a little bit. Now I done messed it up. Oh, geez, a death toll sign, huh? Good lord. People are dying on the rapids, huh? we have a canyon here in Utah called Provo Canyon, and they do a death toll for that one as well, but it's not very high. I think people mostly understand how dangerous it is, but it's not rapid at all there. Whoops, what am I doing? Those are supposed to be not zeros. There we go. Jeez. There are some rapid parts in it, but they are few and far between. But people have died on it. They've found bodies, like fishermen have been out like fly fishing on the river and have like snagged onto people's bodies on that river. Okay, so the river's looking good then. I'm not gonna mess with that. I'm gonna start playing with the trees a little bit more. All right. So if we want to get a better variation here, we need to find a way to use a noise to break these plants up. So we have a shader here that's going to tell us where we're placing them. So we need that, but then we need something that tells us a position on the X and the Z, mostly in a noise. So I'm thinking we're going to use position here, but we're going to ignore the Y value. So let's do it by 1 meter for now, and then let's throw in a noise shader. We're just going to use a Cinema 4D noise. I don't usually like using C4D's noises when I'm using Octane because the scaling is very weird, and I don't like using Cinema 4D's scale noises anyways. It has a very good selection, but I don't like the way they scale. Yeah, very creepy. There's a guy that I live next to, actually, that used to work for the Department of Natural Resources in Utah. And he has been called on sites before where people have been boating, like at Flaming Gorge. We have a reservoir called Flaming Gorge. People have been boating or like skiing or not skiing, water skiing, and have come up what they thought was a log. And they get to it expecting to hit it and like jump over it, being all acrobatic and skillful on cool stuff and whatnot. But it turns out it's like a body. And that's because there have been, if I can remember correctly, just last year seeing a sign, there was like 50 people that died in the river. But like 98% of those people were not wearing floats or life jackets or life vests or whatever. So you really, if you wear a personal flotation device, it's required on a lot of these places anyways. If you're wearing one, chances are you'll survive, but people still don't wear them. Even if you're an expert swimmer, people underestimate how cold water gets, especially wild, like I say wild water, but like water that is in the mountains coming from snowfall, and your body can go hyperthermic even if you don't feel it. And that's oftentimes when you go hyperthermic, you're not actually feeling it anyways. Your body, you can hit hypothermia and you just stop moving and your body just shuts down and then you drown. So your chances of survival are much higher if you use a PFD. That's looking cool. I like using a really high sky turbidity for like really sunset looking shots because you still get enough of the light coming through, but the sun is still bright enough where it gives you this really cool specular look on your specular surfaces. Oh yeah. Especially in high altitude deserts like Utah, where we have like a snow line through more than half the year. So we're halfway through the year right now and we still have snow at low altitudes. So and we just had a huge thunderstorm and rainstorm today that put additional snow up in the mountains. So yeah, it can be 100 degrees outside, and if you go up to our reservoir and you go swimming in it, that water is really cold because it has constant snow runoff going into it. So you don't want to nature be scary. You don't want to be screwing around with it. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I go on tangents. I go on a lot of tangents. I'm pretty sure if there's one thing that people are going to hate about my live streams is it's not necessarily the content, it's just trying to get to the content. that's probably the problem. Hashtag nature be scary. Yeah. Nature be a freaking weirdo. Nature you scary. Even that looks really cool in my opinion. I like the way that looks. I am damn proud of this river. All right. Yeah, it is. I mean, I still want people to join and not be turned off because I go on tangents though. That's just a personal gripe I have with myself. I've always done it throughout my entire life. But yeah, I will. If I do it, I do it. It is my stream, so I'm not gonna really fight that. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and do what I normally would do, and I'm just gonna add a noble fur here. I'm gonna do a summer as well, and we're gonna add our materials. And I'm hoping that this will just break up the monotony that we have, even though there's like good material variation across all these plants. I'm hoping that adding one additional different type of plant will break up, I guess, the monotony of it a little bit more and create a better looking scene. I guess we'll find out. The actual surprising part of this is I'm only using 100,000 scatter objects, and it most definitely is running really well. I don't know what is different here. It's actually spacing things out really well too. Oh yeah, you're doing that whole working from home thing. No one's around. So you get kind of lonely. That's been my life too. I've been working from home and I like it because I actually live an hour and a half away from where I work, and I have to drive that every day. So I don't miss that. But I do miss being around people, especially people I like, and I like pretty much everybody I work with. So, and that's rare because it's really hard to find a workplace where you actually like everybody. You can tolerate people, but I actually like everybody. So there's that. We need that shape in there. And the exposure needs to go up to 2. There we go. Oh, nice. Dude, lo-fi music's a good way to get into like any good mood, dude. I'm all down for that. I actually listen to a lot of Norse Viking music when I do this stuff. I get a lot of inspiration from them. It's just mostly my ancestry and whatnot that I'm more wanting to learn about. That's where my family hails from. But a lot of their landscape and scenery is what I like to try to reproduce. So listening to that music definitely gets me in the zone, most certainly. So for this plant, we're not going to use as many scatter objects for it. We're going to use more than 1,000, but I think we're not going to use more than, I guess it really depends. I don't want as much as the other plant of the other tree. I just want enough in there to break it up, give it a little bit of variation. Oh, soft jazz. Sexy jazz man, dude. You ever listen to Baker Street? Five Finger Death Punch is pretty cool. I like them. If you want some cool saxophone, though, I recommend Baker Street. That's an old song. I cannot remember it for the life of me. But we went on a trip to see the eclipse that happened a few years ago. And we were like making the noise the saxophone was making, but we didn't know the name of the song. And a buddy I was with, we were all carpooling. He was just like, he typed in the sound that it would make verbally into Google and he found it. It was an interesting experience. He was just like, we're doing the saxophone for it. And then he was just like, yeah, it's Baker Street. And we're like, how do you find it? And he just typed in like in Google and found it. It was funny. Yeah, the song's called Baker Street. I don't remember the band who plays it, but yeah, it was a funny time. I laughed my ass off for quite a while. There was an old dinosaur documentary a long time ago that kind of talked about how people find and dig up dinosaur fossils that has that song playing in the background like the entire time. It's a childhood memory for sure. So I'm going to copy this noble fur, and I'm going to actually change this to 3. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this scatter. Yeah. Police Academy. I haven't seen that in a long time. But probably, I think the song came out around the same time to that. No, I think it's an older song than that movie. I'd have to go back and look. And we are going to throw some trees in there that are actually dead instead of completely alive. And a good way to do that is to take your tree that you have. First, go into the tree options and randomize the tree. That way it's not the same thing. Winged Hussars. Am I saying that right? Hussars? Sabaton. Winged Hussars. I don't have my headphones set up. I actually think they're dead. I'm gonna keep this up and listen to it because I'm always open to hearing new music. Looks like it's gonna be. Is it like a song about World War II, or like World War II themes in it? That's the image I'm getting from this, but I could be wrong. If it is, I can understand why you'd get teary-eyed, especially if you're Polish. I mean, no offense, but the Polish didn't really have a good time during World War II. Oh, is that going to be World War I then, I imagine? No, okay, never mind. I saw Ottomans and then my mind went straight to World War I. Oh, that was a long time. Okay, that's all right. Yeah, because I know the Ottoman Empire didn't really exist after World War I, so I knew it had to be older, but then I didn't really know which way to go after that. It's going to be either forward or backward, so there you go. Holy crap. 1983, huh? You're a well-seasoned fellow. Nah, that's not old. Old is like when you're in your 60s. That just means that you're more like a good scotch or brandy at that point. If that's something you like. All right, that should add some variations to the trees, as well as add some dead ones. Vodka? All right, yeah, I can get down with some vodka. But not that corn stuff, though, right? You want the potato vodka? I know in the U.S. they often use corn to make vodka. There's a difference. I don't drink a whole lot of vodka, but when I drink vodka made of potato and vodka made of corn, there is a variation in the flavor. But people who drink vodka a lot can tell a major difference. I can't really tell all that well. I know there is enough. Oh, potatoes are blood. We have a vodka here that's actually pretty good, but it's on the cheaper side of vodka, I suppose. It's expensive here because no, it's not imported. It's actually made in the USA. It's called Amsterdam. I think it's made in New York. I'd have to go back and look. Can't necessarily remember. But it's actually pretty good. And I'm probably saying it wrong, but we call it Stolies because Russians in their pronunciations of things, Stolishnaya or something like that. We just call it Stolies, but it's that one's pretty good too. Amsterdam is Polish made. We're gonna drop these scatter objects down a bit more, just to see what's going on. $50, $50, and $50. So we have 150,000 different objects here. You'd think it would be slightly more encumbered than that. Oh. Yeah, I'm probably saying it wrong, but Stolichnaya Riga. I don't know if I said that right. And then Latvia. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but that first one, that one gets me. Those are just letters put together that we don't say often in English, so at least in America. All right, so we have this one, that one. This one needs to be increased by 1, at least 1, 2. Same thing with this one. And I think I'm gonna add one more tree, but it's going to be probably a completely different color. Stop butchering my language. That's probably, I imagine that might be what she's saying sometimes. I wouldn't presume to assume, but I have known people to say that when folks try to pronounce different words in different languages. It's a lot of Japanese, Hispanic, and Samoan actually here in Utah. So we get to learn quite a few different things, different languages. All right, we're gonna do another tree, and let's do a completely different color here. Or a different type. There's quite a few things we can put in. So we can do a Scots pine. That would be cool. Scots pine is like one of my all-time favorite trees. I like Scots pine. Let's do a fall Scots pine just to break it up a bit. And we'll just copy this scatter. Take out that fir and plop in that Scots pine. Ooh, that added quite a bit of variation. Did your Octane crash or did my Octane crash? Mine looks like it's still going. So it must have been yours. I do vape on the occasion, especially in a chill environment like this where we're just making some stuff. So I'm gonna take a quick vape hit. Yep, that's what I'm using. 2020.1.1 something. Let's see. Yeah, this is the one I'm using. Yeah, it can definitely still have its quirks. I don't think it's, I don't know, what were you trying to do in Octane when it crashed? And that reminds me, before stuff does crash, I better save this project because I've made quite a few changes. I'm also going to copy this Scots pine and I'm going to plop it in here, and I'm going to change the name to 24 first of all, and then I'm going to randomize it. Randomize. And this one will be rendered at 1, that way it looks dead. Yeah, I still am not smart enough to always remember to save often, and it bites me in the butt. One more thing to do with Octane Scatter is if you use the same seed, your plants will be placed in the same location. So we just gotta randomize the seed here on all of these. Otherwise, we won't get the randomization that we need. There we go. That's looking, I was thinking like it should be much thicker than it is, and it's not. And I was like, that seed needs to be randomized. That thing always bites me in the butt. All right, so that one will be rendered out at 0 or at 1. This one will be, let's see if it works at 4. 4. Thank you. Oh yeah, I've had some issues with the denoiser on this one. In the last version, I could denoise a scene and it, like, I could throw 120 samples at it just fine and not crash. Now it seems like it's always crashing, even on smaller scenes. I don't have 4 2080 Ti's, but I have two 2070 Supers and one 2080 Ti. And for a while I was using the 2070 Supers with an NVLink, but I didn't know a whole lot about NVLink, and I tried to ask around, couldn't get really a lot of answers on it, but I was hoping that it would actually pool the memory of the GPUs. It doesn't. It'll tap into the memory of the other GPU if one GPU gets filled, but it's still slow, which that would be expected. But it was still having a lot of issues with lots of stuff going on. So I just took it out of NVLink and decided to add a 2080 Ti to there with my tax returns, so it worked out pretty well. Oh man, PC builds are great. I love PC builds. I gotta check I don't think anybody's responding on the YouTube chat, but yeah, no one's chatting there. Still, all right. Oh yeah, I love building PCs. I build PCs for other people as well. So I mean, I do it for fun though, and they're usually friends. So they just ask me to help them, and I help them. So. I think we have some issues down here with trees being in the water still. That is no bueno. That needs to be fixed. And it's probably to do with the normal line. Let's fix the normal line here. They're still in the water. Why are you still in the water? I specifically have a mask set up so you won't be in the water, you dinguses. That's a little better. That looks a little better though. I can probably live with that. I can't live with this though. They are obviously in the water. Why are you being so frustrating with that water growth? Let's take a moment to appreciate this river, because I love that river. Not gonna lie. I think it looks awesome. So we should have, let's see here, we got to keep track of how many instances we have here. We have the effector there, and there. Okay. So 50, 100,000, we have 200,000 objects scattered here. That's not too many. It's not a lot. It shouldn't be a lot anyways. But my luck is that it's going to be a lot and it's going to cause problems. The next thing that we have to tackle is going to be getting this river set up and our volumetrics. Yeah. Dude, there's a lot of stuff that can be added to this, but for just the sake of keeping things relatively quick at this point is I'm just gonna stick with having all these trees and the tree variations. I would really love to just go back and try to get some noises in there so I have patches of trees rather than them being spread out individually. Dang it, now I'm starting to think. You're getting me to think, and I don't like thinking. Thinking hurts. I know we can still do that despite having a mask here. And it's not in the position. I'm positive it's not in the position at this point. It probably is. It probably is in the position. Damn it. Let's go back. Let's add it here. Let's play around with it anyways. You guys are still around, so why not? We're going to use just regular noise, and we have to increase the scaling quite a bit. We have to have big old patches of noise for this to work. It's 1,000 maybe. That's not gonna work. We got it. Well, if we increase the low clip and the high clip, we might be able to bring that out. Yeah, like that. So in theory, their placement should be right here. But the unfortunate side of this is I don't do this often enough in Octane to know what exactly it's doing here. So the position is X, Y, and Z here. X, Y, and Z. And I want them to be on this part. but it's only going to affect the trees that are already placed there in this part on the X, Y, and Z. So I don't think that is going to be the way to do it. I think the way to do it is to do it right here based on the shader. This shader. And I need this shader because I need this mask so trees don't grow in the water, which they are anyways. But not as much as if I didn't have it. So I don't know, I'm probably at a loss and screwed either way. So I'm not going to deal with it right now. I'll do it later if I feel like diving into it a bit more. I'll do it later. I'm not going to do it right now. I think the sun being right there was perfect, probably. And if we do that, we can definitely bring in just this one river, but I think I want to bring it in just a tad bit more. Maybe not that much. And let's play with, no, the sky turbidity is good. So what I was thinking of doing is I want there to be patches of different trees in different areas. And I know I can do that in Octane because I did it in the past. It's just not coming to memory what to do. But I'm pretty sure it goes in the shader. We have to put a noise in the shader. And it will place those trees based on that noise, depending on what we put in the shader. But I need to have this shader because it's my river mask, so I don't have trees growing in the river. So I would have to use like a layer system here to combine them, and I just don't want to deal with that right now. But if you have a good way of doing it, or a different way of doing it, I mean, I'm all ears either way. Oh, we also need to set this. That's what's happening here too. We need to set these all to like 20 degrees right here. That will definitely help. There we go. Oh yeah, and save. Oh yeah, that's what I figured. Okay, well, I'm not gonna bother doing that right now. I mostly want to see how this volumetric stuff is gonna work out at this point. I don't know if I'm gonna use the volume object here, or try to escape through using the medium here in the global medium options. Also, I want to try out this Hosek Wilkie. I love that daylight model. I also like the Nishida, but I like using this when I have really bright, vivid scenes that I need to get through or push through. But this is also really nice. But I like the Hosek Wilkie one. That one, I think that one gives such beautiful natural lighting. It's great. All right, so we are going to go to medium, and we're going to add a fog. Obviously, this is going to be too much. We need to decrease the scale. So 5,000 is the size of our scene. And then we just lower the density. It's going to be too much. Just increase the volume step length, I suppose. Oh, dude, the sun intensity, yeah, man, it definitely adds a lot more strength to their daylight. So I came from Octane 4, which I used forever. And I didn't upgrade to any of these newer versions of Octane until like maybe 2 months ago, maybe. So I didn't know any of these things existed for a really long time. Like I didn't know they had like this sun power option right here, or the sun intensity. And when I saw that, I'm like, oh man, that's what I've been asking for a long time, and they just couldn't add it to 4. Maybe they did, and I just didn't get an update because I stopped using it. But as far as I'm aware, they didn't add it to 4, and it was definitely something that was needed. So this is going to be better if I were to like be close to trees and having this light come through the trees. It probably would look better. But even having like this volume in here a little bit, just enough to scatter just a tad bit, makes it look a lot better in my opinion. Maybe we should go to like 500. I like nice rounded numbers. It's very elementary of me. There's probably a better mathematical reason to use a higher medium radius, but Octane needed it a long time ago. For at least for these kind of renders, you can get by without having a sun intensity option for maybe other types of renders, like maybe small object rings or jewels or couches, I guess. I don't know. But when you have a landscape that you want to render out, or anything that has anything to do with architectural visualization, you kind of need to have a sun intensity slider that will help you have more natural light. Yeah, we want that high still. Oh man, that density. I'm thinking we need to go just a tad bit lower on the medium radius. It's gonna be just enough to look good right here where the sun's at. I don't need a whole lot of environment fog, I guess. And I don't want, and I decided I'm not going to use the volume object because another thing, in my opinion, that Octane needs very badly is with this volume object, you need to be able to increase the voxel size in the editor higher than 1,000 meters. I wish you can go like 5,000 meters in this case, and then slowly decrease it, because if all you need to use it for is like environment fog, you don't need to have a whole lot of detail in anything. You just need lighting to be scattered so you have depth. And if you have like a big scene like the one we're working in now, we have 5,000 meters by 5,000 meters and about 2,500 meters from the bottom, from the ground to the sky. So that's a really large box. And you're still getting a whole lot of slowdown and processing going on even when you have the editors being really low. I'll show you. I'm also getting tired. It's 3:04 here. Yes, like, okay, let's go back to like Unreal Engine 4 and how things could just be more simplistic. There is not any reason, even if you tell me that Octane is a path tracing GPU powered rendering engine and it can't do a freaking basic height fog, there's nothing you can tell me that will change my mind on that, because guess what else is also path tracing, and guess what else offers it? Vue does. And you don't even have to have a real world true to life height fog. You just need something that gives us distance. That's all we need. And it shouldn't be that difficult. Like, there's not one rendering engine out there that provides that. Not one. And the only one that I can think of that has it out of the box is Vue and Terragen. But who wants to use those programs? They're slow and they're clunky, and a lot of the stuff that they're built on is outdated. Nobody wants to use those. So I don't know. I get really that right there grinds my gears. Not gonna lie. I'm not gonna worry about these materials. But in this case, I think the global medium did what I wanted to do over here. It just kind of gave this little bit of fog right here where the sun's at. I'm quite fine with that. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to have to do compositing outside of Octane for like depth. I don't want to get into Photoshop and export a Z depth mask and do some funky work. It's already here. You should already be able to use it. And you know what? Like, I don't know how they made like the volume gradient option or node inside of Octane. But if they could just find a way to have a volume gradient from the camera out to like a certain distance that you can attach like a camera material to, because a lot of rendering engines will actually allow you to put a camera material on that can project different things like a background or a fake atmosphere. If they can use like the volume gradient in a way to do that where it's everything is like that's really close to the camera up to a certain like distance is like not showing a lot of like depth, but then from that distance outward it slowly becomes more and more, and then things look really nice. I don't know, there's a lot of stuff that I know Octane and a lot of these GPU rendering engines are not necessarily built for like landscape rendering and big massive stuff, but like that. But it most definitely is something that they could have an addition for, because you have a whole market there and people have to figure out these weird janky ways of working around these limitations, and a lot of these limitations are not necessarily the most optimized ways to do things. Yeah, and camera clipping. Like, I shouldn't have to buy a plugin to get camera clipping for my scattering objects. Like, I have Surface Spread here. Surface Spread has camera clipping, but I also have Forster, and Forster has camera clipping, and there's a way to do it inside of Cinema 4D, obviously, because these plugins are doing it. But it shouldn't be something that is so out of the ordinary that you have to dig through things to find it. It should be like, if you go into Cinema 4D, you go to MoGraph and you add a cloner. Inside the cloner, in your your object properties here, you should have a camera link. You link your camera, and then from there it says like camera clipping. You check a box, and that box has like 0.1 meters minimum. Another box says max. You click on that, enables it, and the max says like point or like 30 meters. And then off of that you have an angle, so you click on the angle to enable the angle filter, and then that says that like from the edge of your camera's visibility to about 2 to 3 degrees outside of it, so you just have a little bit of buffer. You still have scatter objects there, but they don't scatter anywhere outside of that. So you have to a certain distance away from your camera, but also off to the side of your camera's view, you have like, I'm probably saying this really stupidly, and I'm using my hands pointing at the monitor. You guys don't see this. Like, you would be laughing at me if you were seeing this. But your scatter objects are like 1 to 2 degrees outside of your camera's peripherals, I guess. And so if your camera moves a little bit, you still get some objects there, but you're not wasting all these resources putting objects in places where they don't belong, or you're not going to see them. And then you can have backface culling. My goodness. All right there inside of the cloner. Like, you shouldn't have to worry about that with plugins. Like, you shouldn't buy a 3,000 something some odd program and then have these options in there that are just, they're there, but you have to dive into things. And yeah, I don't know. There definitely just could be a lot of more simple things. And I go on, like I said, I go on tangents. Sometimes they're really happy and storytelling tangents, and sometimes they're like, hey, I'm frustrated because it shouldn't be this freaking difficult to do a simple thing kind of thing. So that's one of those things that really gets me going. All right, so I think for the most part, I'm going to call this good, and I'm just going to use about 1,200 samples here. And to make things a little bit more speedy, I'm going to drop these down. We don't need a huge scattering depth. And that ray epsilon is not as large as it used to be. I increased that because we had issues with it. And I'm also going to decrease the GI clamp to 1. I don't need that to be that high. Alright, so we're not necessarily bouncing a lot of rays off of our diffuse and specular materials, so that should help us save some time in rendering. Also, if you want to also like avoid a lot of crashing when you have large scenes with a lot of objects and you're running low on VRAM, decrease the parallel samples. Instead of using 16, use like 1 or 2. Octane will still render things out plenty fast, so it's decreasing the parallel samples isn't going to really hinder you that much. You'll notice, but it's not going to be like going back to a CPU renderer. And then the max tile samples I'll just decrease. I just want to avoid as many crashes on this as possible. Alrighty. I almost always do a natural response because I do like using these responses up here, but I don't like the color differences here. So if I were to go and use these responses, you'll get some cool looking things, but as you move through them, they actually change color values on a lot of them. Let's see if I can like this one or that one. But if you do a natural response, it gets rid of that color grading that it's doing, which in some cases that might be something you want, but I set things up in a way that I want them already, so I don't want their color to change, but I do want their like contrast and brightness to change a tad bit, and I think that one right there looks really cool. You can also change, like, I don't know, you can do like some exposure adjustments here, so you can increase the exposure a bit more as well. Not too much, just a tad bit. And if you need to, you can always decrease the highlight compression, but I think in this case it's not really going to matter. Got your cool little vignettes. I don't really like using a whole lot of vignette, but I think since we have this river going through the middle, we can put a little vignette in and kind of bring it out a bit more. You guys probably don't care about this stuff. You probably already know about it. I'm going to decrease these hot pixels though, and I'm not going to decrease it so much that we start getting really soft features. As you can see here, if you decrease the hot pixel removal all the way down, you'll start getting like soft edges on your render, and things just don't look good. So just decrease it enough to take out the worst hot pixels, but not so much that you start getting really muted details like in your specular material. I always find that a good middle ground is like 0.45. I'm just going to do 0.47 in this case, because I like to contradict myself all the time. All right, we're going to enable denoising, and this is where things will be made or braked. We're going, we don't have to really denoise volumes. We don't have volumes going on right now. We have mediums, but those aren't the same as volumes, I guess. I actually don't know how Octane differentiates between mediums and volumes in this case, because technically medium is volumetric data, but volumes are not necessarily mediums. Thought experiment right there. Prove me wrong. I'm always down for a good discussion on that. Screw it. We'll denoise volumes as well. So when I was looking up what these options do, it's like the minimum denoiser samples is like obviously the minimum amount of samples that the denoiser will do. So if you set that really high, then the denoiser has to at least get 120 samples in there before it moves on to a different iteration, right? So technically that would help increase the amount of denoising going on. However, that's not necessarily the case. Higher values could mean that you get a more denoised scene, but there is actually a point of 0 return. So if you increase it all the way to 120, you are at least getting that amount of minimal samples, but you might not need that much. You might just need 10 or 20. So something that I was experimenting with, probably doesn't mean anything to a lot of people, but yeah, there's that. You might not need that many. And the max denoiser interval will be, I don't know what the value is, but from when I was experimenting with it, seems to be the interval between when it updates from your beauty render and your denoised beauty render. So if you have a really high interval there, it's just going to take longer to update you on what the denoiser is doing, but if you lower it, it'll update you more often, I guess. I could be completely wrong, but that was just me experimenting. So, and then the blend obviously is the blend between your original and your denoised beauty render. So if you want to blend between the two, you can. So if you want a little bit of noise but not a lot of noise, you can adjust the blend there and get what you need. Probably doesn't mean anything, but there it is. Anybody who might be watching this later and didn't know that, now you know. I am going to use a little bit of bloom. I always think that a little bit of bloom is called for in a 3D environment scene, because obviously if you don't have any, it just looks flat and bland. But if you got just tiny amounts, about maybe right there. And this is another thing inside of the post options, was not available in 4. They have a cutoff here now. This is now one of those simple things that was needed but wasn't available, but now they have it. So now you can actually decrease and increase, or increase and decrease your cutoff. So you can have a really high value, and then you see here how it can cut off, direct it more towards the actual high values rather than the lower values. So that's pretty cool. Another one of those stupid simple things that took forever to come into play. I don't think we have to do a whole lot of cutoff on this one though. Glare power. We don't need a whole lot of this. Especially not that much. Holy crap. It's like a river of gold. Actually really don't really like using glare all that much. I like the bloom, but I don't really like using glare all that much. It has to be, in my opinion anyways, it has to be extremely subtle. Like it has to be one of those things that it's there, but you have to like actually look at it quite a bit before you recognize it. Same thing with spectral shift here. I actually don't use. Wow, I am redundant when I'm tired. I actually don't use spectral shift all that much. At least not for environment renders anyways. If I were doing like some product renders, I probably would, but I'm not. So like that amount of glare is probably just fine. Okay, so let's do a file. Let's save this. Now, again, this is where things kind of start breaking. Since I am using a denoiser and I'm not entirely sure how to get the denoiser beauty pass out, I'm going to just use, I'm going to use the live viewer, I guess. You're supposed to be able to go to render passes and do denoiser passes and do the denoised beauty right there. But whenever I do it, and maybe Chroma, you might be able to give me an idea here, but it never exports it. So even if I tell where to export it to, it never exports it. So I'm probably doing something wrong. Denoised beauty, and it's a render pass. It should save it out if I have it selected. I want it as a PNG. 16 bits fine. Save beauty, all that. But it never saves it out, and I've ran into that problem multiple times. And so the only way I can get the denoised beauty is to use the live viewer, and I don't want to do that because I want to do certain resolutions or aspect ratios that I can't do. Yeah, render passes, denoise or beauty, that's what I have checked. I have it, the render pass file and enabled. I did not forget this last time, but I had it enabled and it didn't save it out. Use denoised, yeah, use denoised beauty pass. So that's going to be under yeah, render passes, denoiser. Settings, use denoised beauty pass. Okay, that's probably what I was missing then. Right there. Sweet. Alright, so I found it in main, and I believe I have it set up properly in render passes now. So I have render passes enabled. I saved out the file location, file type, and denoiser passes I enabled denoised beauty. And I have it enabled. Yeah, there's quite a few. So I think the one I was missing was the used denoised beauty pass. That's the one I was missing. Did not see that in the main settings. Oh, I have let's see. Show passes. Yeah, I got show passes. Save beauty. I got save beauty. Folders. You have a multi-layer file there. I have folders. Not that's probably because I'm doing a PNG. If we do like an EXR, it will change. Yeah, that's why. But I don't want to do EXR. It is yeah, that's it's quite a few extra clicks that don't really need to be there. I'm going to do just a PNG. Okay. Render pass is enabled. We got beauty in there. Got denoiser passive. We got the denoised beauty checked. All that set up. We have that checked. Where is that? That checked. All right. I guess I'm gonna stick with that and see how it works. Save first. Oh, I need to set up my. I like to do Panavision. Anybody who actually cares and is wondering, I like to do Panavision. I'm gonna delete this camera actually and add a new one. And I like to just make a. If I go to the right camera, I like to pull this out and just get a nice wide shot, just like that. down just a tad bit. Make it a little bit wider. Thank you, by the way, for showing me all that, Chroma. That's awesome. Just a few extra clicks that I was not expecting to make, or at least one. I mean, I had an idea that it was going to be one of those render passes, but I did not know to check inside of the main settings for another hidden checkbox. So, thank you, sir. I much appreciate it. Hopefully, it'll work in this case. So. We got a nice wide view here, and I'm gonna file, save again. This is where I make a lot of saves. Like every once in a while I am smart and I do start making a lot of saves eventually, because when I start rendering is where I usually start running into problems. So I'm gonna do 2560 because I'm on an ultra wide and I think it would be nice to have another background that looks good. So we'll see how this turns out. It is my pleasure, dude. I will hopefully be making more for you guys and get on with making some cool stuff. I am making a advanced Gaea guide as well. So that is I have maybe 1 or 2 videos. Well, I know I have 1 video made. I'm working on the second one. But it's going to be an advanced guide, and it's going to be more akin to this kind of stuff that we're doing right now, where we try to be more selective in what we're doing, but it's going to be a complete breakdown process, so that should be pretty fun. Okay, hopefully my computer doesn't crap itself. If it does, I'll be back in a jiffy, I guess. Oh, there's Corona saying, hey, I can't do things. Usually if Corona comes up saying it can't do things, then Octane is probably going to come up and say it can't do things. So a funny thing about Corona render and Octane render, I had a Octane sky out, or Octane sunlight out, and Corona was actually recognizing it. It was interesting. There must be some kind of a coding inside of Octane's sun object that I know a lot of these programs just use a lot of built-in C4D objects, and they just tweak them to include their own settings and whatnot. So I understand it from that perspective, but there must be something that Octane and Corona are doing similar, that it can just, I can use an Octane sky and render out an image with Corona, and it just works. It's funny. I tried that with Indigo Render, and I have a subscription to Thea Render. That is an awesome render engine, by the way. I recommend it for people who want to use a hybrid rendering system. Indigo is the same way as well. Indigo is a hybrid rendering engine where it uses your CPU and your GPU. But Indigo does some weird crap where you can render directly inside of Cinema 4D, but it also has its own like image queue, I guess, where it will render out, it'll like export everything and then render it out in its own. It's kind of like Octane's standalone, I guess, where you have like your post-processing effects and other things you can add while you're working on it. But I don't like that. I think it just adds a little too much additional complexity to something that doesn't need to be complex. Like if I'm using a render engine inside of Cinema 4D, I want it to render inside of Cinema 4D, not export it to an entirely different program and launch another window open, I guess. I'm kind of picky that way, I suppose. But Thea is also hybrid. You can use your CPU and your GPU, and they're all OpenCL, so you're not stuck using NVIDIA. That's the shame. The most shameful thing about Octane is that you still require an NVIDIA graphics card. So, call me lame. I know. I'm complaining about the most nitpicky thing, but OpenCL is pretty cool. I like OpenCL. I like how I can use my GPU and my CPU with that instruction set and have additional work horsepower that I wouldn't have had otherwise. And for some reason, that river is not turning out how I thought it would. Well, it is, but I messed it up and I changed the roughness a little too much. All right, so it's actually turning out pretty decent. You got a lot of variety in the trees. Not as much as I would have liked, but got some variety in the trees. I see some of the dead ones in there that, like right there. There's a dead one right there, a couple of them right there. So that's pretty cool. We do have some distance to our scene because of that global medium setup, so that's pretty cool. Don't know what that is. It's like a straight line of nothing. Odd. That sticks out like a sore thumb. Holy crap. I like right here it looks fine, but then right here you can definitely see there's way too much roughness still for some reason, and it looks milky. I don't like that. As much as I want this to render out and finish, that's going to be changed. So maybe we need to do 0.001, but that might be not enough. Just keep very minor changes. And absolutely nothing is to scale here, so it's a lot of guessing work. So I think what I'll do is I'll let this render out, and I might throw it into Photoshop and do an auto tone on it. That's about all I ever do with Photoshop is an auto tone, I guess. But if it doesn't look right, or if it doesn't look better in any way, I just won't keep it, and then I'll upload it to the Gaea Facebook group and on Discord. Now that you guys are on Discord, I'll post it in the showcase, and I'll go through and look at a bunch of stuff that you guys posted because I'm interested in seeing what you guys are working on and seeing your guys' awesome work as well. So I think I'll end the stream here. It was a long one, but thank you guys for joining in and being so awesome and communicating and sharing some insight on stuff. And the next one, I'm gonna try to, what I would like to do real quick, if I can take a few minutes to explain some stuff, is I want to get to a point where I can do a live stream in the day and a live stream at night. So 2 live streams on the same day. That way I can hit everybody who is a subscriber or anything during the day here in America, or other countries in similar time zones, as well as other countries that are in completely different time zones. So that'll be something that we work on, but I'm going to try to do one a little earlier. You guys can always go back and watch it later as well. It's all recorded. So but yeah, I'll post it, and thank you guys for joining in. I'm gonna end it here, and then if you have any questions or recommendations or requests, here's your Discord. Feel free. It is now your Discord home. You treat it like it's your home or whatever. You just add stuff to it here and there, and we'll communicate back and forth. So don't be bashful. Oh, your first one. That's right. Well, for the next one, it's going to be similar. Maybe not as long, but it'll be similar. All right. I'm ending it now. Thank you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day or / evening.